Je vais péter un câble, frère, c'est dinguerie. Mélancolie.
Oh, ça s'annonce mal de fou là. Ouais, c'est comme. À l'époque.
Baby mince, c'est pour toi que j'en pense. Amine, je rêve de B, Amine, je rêve de T1. Oh, baby XS. Sur une fixette. Maman sur ses petites fesses. C'est du fitness. T'inquiète, j'ai en business. Fais du puits. Son cul. On kiffe son cul. Danse. La résistance. Résistance. La résistance. Oh, baby, baby, mince. C'est pour que j'en pense. Ma baby, ma tigresse.
Non.
Salut à tous du coup.
On top.
Oh là là, je viens de me faire casser le cul. Oh là là.
J'entends courir pour toi, là. Il a peut-être. Ah, mec, pourquoi tu push, frère? Ouais, commence pas à dire on, hein. Je me mets pas dans votre.
Bah frère, je suis en train de jouer à Call of Duty, frère, je suis sur B6 là. Et là je te réponds en même temps, je suis en train de jouer là, c'est chaud ma gueule. Pourquoi mais là il part? Pourquoi il y a quoi? Pourquoi faut qu'on se parle? Il y a quoi? J'ai pas compris. Mais sinon quand tu veux, c'est ça, hein. Quand tu veux, c'est que là je suis un peu trop. Parce qu'il y a rien à faire, déjà. Et en plus, je travaille beaucoup, du lundi au vendredi, voilà. Et je travaille le matin, et après je dors quand je rentre chez moi en retard.
Roland B.
Bon, vas-y, je comprends, mais vas-y, hein, comme tu veux, hein. Moi je taffe toujours au même endroit que la dernière fois que je t'ai dit, hein. Je travaille toujours dans 3 points. C'est cariste.
Espèce de baiter de merde.
Oh, oh, oh. Bah oui, oui. Admission.
Oui, 7 ans.
Ouais, c'est ça. Là, je vais arrêter bientôt là. Dans un mois, je pars sur des locations, après je vais revenir en septembre, je crois.
Irrégular, pépé, son descendant. Testament. Les va-t'en. C'est l'affaire. Chèque, faute ma ligne. Remplir le sac, Céline. Sac, faut ma ligne. Sac, Céline. Faut que je m'abîme. Remplir le sac, Céline. Faut que je m'abîme. Remplir le sac, Céline. Oh, c'est testament. Validé. Validé, validé. Non, non.
Mon ultime est prêt.
Mon ultime est prêt.
Une bête en question, hein.
Voilà, allez, 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 allez. Ah, y'en a pas. Ah, y'en a pas. Irrégular, bébé, son descendant. Testament. Oui, va-t'en. Affaire. Ma ligne. Remplir le sac, Céline. Ah, faut que je m'abîme. Remplir le sac, Céline. M'abîme. Remplir le sac, Céline. Faut que je m'abîme. Remplir le sac, Céline. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien comment tu parles. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien quand tu m'appelles. Quand tu m'appelles. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien comment tu parles. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien quand tu m'appelles. J'aime bien te voir, j'aime bien quand tu me FaceTime. J'aime bien te voir en vrai. J'aime bien me regarder dans les yeux. Oui, j'aime bien ton petit regard malicieux. J'aime bien quand tu te descends dans mon pied. J'aime bien quand on est deux, yeah. J'aime bien le bruit que tu fais quand je te caresse. Je sais que t'aimes pas trop quand je m'arrête. J'aime bien ta rêve, je viens dans la rue. J'aime bien tout ce que tu fais. J'aime bien te bouche sur le good mind. Je sais que t'aimes bien le good mind. Et tu kiffes quand je saute high. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien comment tu parles. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien quand tu m'appelles. J'aime bien te voir, j'aime bien quand tu me FaceTime. J'aime bien te voir en vrai. J'aime bien te dire présent, je fais des efforts. J'aime bien tes feux, j'aime bien ton corps. Ton corps, ta main, je t'aime bien. Quand je pense à what, ce que je fais avec mes watts. Tu vois le genre, on roule des joints, dans la romance, après on recommence. Parce que j'aime le sexe, mais le texte, jamais la tête, et sans latex. Quand je te couche, quand je te couche, juste après la douche, dans ta bouche, je ne jamais, ni en simultané. J'aime bien ta voix, j'aime bien comment tu parles. Bien quand tu m'appelles. Yeah. Et ouais, ça y est, moi je vais te mettre une limite là. Mamma mia, no, la polizia, no. Eh ouais, putain. Comment tu peux autant stagner, frère?
Ah. I can't.
Après, moi aussi, je suis en train de tuer, parce que là... Combien le prix? 10 et j'ai pas... My bad. My bad. Pense à toi, fais pas genre, tu sais comment faire. Pas encore. Tu as baissé comme un connard ou pas encore? Pas ton élan, n'écoute jamais les ondits. Au travers de ton monde, dans la langue, j'ai la violence, mais pas passer les langues. Littéralement. De terrain. Pavané. Et casse, tu la casses pas. Attends. Péter entre mes dents. Bah ouais.
Comme du main.
T'as fini ta game? Non? Ok. Koala. Koala. Baba. Man. Hey, checks. Okay. Man. Wesh, wesh, faut pas wesh. On veut que des cracks et des cracks. On veut des cracks. Je suis mieux avec moi. Je suis mieux avec moi.
Bah, donne l'info alors si tu crois qu'il y a quelqu'un, mec, genre.
I know I said I'm on a hair health journey, but I haven't done my wavy hair routine in literally such a long time. I actually don't remember the last time I...
La mono par là. Ah bon. Ah bon. Faut pas wesh. Les gens. Tu pas wesh. 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 Faut pas wesh. Les gens. Mais je sais. Ah quoi? Wesh. Wesh. Faut pas wesh.
Vas-y.
Zertek,
Ouais.
t'as fini?
Ouais.
Bah vas-y, ajoute-moi. Ou envoie-moi le code, je sais pas.
Wesh 4 ascendants dans la game. Mais what the fuck, je suis D1 les frères, par pitié.
Envoie le code. C'est quoi le code?
EKZ 916. Non, c'est quoi cette folie, frère? 4 ascendants, que des diamants 3. Mais wesh, par pitié, les mecs. Mais ils étaient tellement nuls en face.
EKZ 216.
916. 9. Ah, ça change de moment, il nous gagne des plus 15 en MJ là.
Partie trouvée.
Est-ce que j'ai Astra sur ce compte?
Tout ce que je touche devient tout ce que je touche.
Du lit, tout smoker. Ok.
Je joue l'œil.
Tout le monde a peur de quelque chose.
T'as quoi un game du D2?
Quoi?
T'as quoi un game du D2?
Ah, beaucoup, hein.
Ah, t'es vers le bas du D1 là?
30 vélos, quoi. 30, 35.
Bah, ça va, c'est quoi? C'est 4 games.
Presque. À voir.
Je vais prendre mon main.
4 games, pour
Ouais,
moi,
la
si
flemme.
je suis MJ, 4 games. Je suis un putain de connard.
En vrai, 4 games à 18 points, c'est bon. Ah, notre Deluxe qui en a. Tiens, j'espère que c'est pas des games de fou. Parce que frère, avant, je suis D1, avant, je suis tombé contre 4 ascendants et que des D3. Donc.
Moi, j'ai perdu.
Se calmer. Après, il finit MJ quoi. Mais bon,
Et voilà.
c'est-
Je suis fini.
C'est pas un match
Prends
de
mes sous.
banquitas. Concentrez-vous, vous finirez dans un sac
Enrouler
d'enfer.
ça. Oh là là, pile poil. S'il passe pas, c'est une dingue.
Allez. Ah, pas les 3000 là, putain. Je vais là.
Ouais.
Spike.
Tu on a Sora Nero.
J'ai le
Three
spike.
guys on a. Just Vice only. Vice alone only.
Wait me.
Rotating to B.
Spike à terre au B.
Et ouais, le gars il est passé sans clear, rien du tout, frère. À ta droite. Encore deux.
Dernier joueur en vie.
Dommage.
One here and so
Comment le gars il est allé là-bas sans rien clear, frère?
Qu'un ennemi.
Mort confirmé. J'ai le spike.
Plus que 30 secondes.
Maybe B.
Moment décisif.
Good play, nice.
Voilà ce qui arrive quand on me cherche.
Cette Reyna n'est pas aussi courageuse qu'elle en a l'air. Eh, on n'est pas censé prendre le
Spike.
spike? J'ai le spike. Où est-ce que vous êtes?
Oh mon dieu, mec.
Un de marqué.
I need help, please! Oh, you have alone on site, please!
Barrière
Oh,
déployée.
attends, il a body.
Please, one by site.
Plus qu'un ennemi.
Je l'ai battu.
Last city, flower.
Spike posé.
C'est pas tellement fort.
Guardian on my butt.
Yes, sir.
Faites beaux rêves, enfoiré.
But follow me, please, guys. I'm alone.
Ma ville a besoin de moi. Je ne peux pas m'absenter trop. Finissons-en rapidement.
Envoie du drone.
J'ai le spike.
Flav here, double door. Can you flav?
Je vous trouverai.
Tampon. Missile lancé. Le porteur de spike est mort.
Spike à terre au milieu.
J'écoute.
Wesh, comment il est allé en haut le spike? Je suis mort en bas.
Ah, ça.
J'ai le spike.
Go back to A.
Plus que 30 secondes. Dernier joueur en vie. Spike à terre au
Right
milieu.
or go back to B?
Oh là là, j'ai cru qu'il allait le rater.
Plus que 10 secondes.
Il va mourir.
Souvenez-vous que personne ne veut mourir. Mais on n'a pas toujours ce qu'on veut.
Let's go B.
des cibles.
Oh, je lui ai sauvé la vie.
Où est-ce que vous êtes?
Ah ouais. Moi je reste tout seul dans la merde en gros.
Ah, tu l'as pas sur toi? Ah, mais c'est pas toi, c'est la pute de Deadlock qui va en plus se rater, genre. What the fuck, Deadlock?
Mon ultime est prêt. Plus que 30 secondes.
Ah, la Deadlock, elle a laissé passer la
j'ai vu.
pute, genre. Genre, moi, du coup, je suis en train de courir comme un con, mais il va la tuer. En fait, je crois que c'était toi, Deadlock, vu que
Ah, j'étais sur l'autre site avec toi. Hein.
ouais. Sur la gauche.
Je vous trouverai. Un de marqué. Je recharge. Pas de surprise. Spike à terre au B. J'ai le spike.
Ah, c'est pas pour top, une fuite.
Plein ennemi. Spike faute. Capteur déclenché. Jouons lentement.
J'ai besoin d'une arme.
Can someone buy, please?
La chasse commence.
Je vous trouverai.
Pas de fuite possible!
C'est fini pour toi.
Je sais que tu m'as sauvé la vie. Hein.
Ouais, ça va.
Avalez tous. Avalez tous.
Léo était sur B.
Fais de beaux rêves. À mon tour de m'amuser. Où est-ce que vous êtes? On va les avoir. Essayez de te cacher. Plus qu'un ennemi.
Le spike est à terre.
Spike à terre au A.
Ah,
J'en parlais debout. Ça cause mon cœur qui est comme mes genoux. Un petit vent, j'en vois le coup. Baby boo,
Filet lancé.
J'ai le spike.
Je vous trouverai. Déplacement
Missiles
bloqué.
tous tirés.
Recharge. Surveille ici.
Ouais, stop.
Ennemi repéré au B.
Oh merde.
Le spike est à terre. Spike à terre. Avalez tous. Ne bougez plus. Capteur HS. Cauchemar. Oh, filet lancé.
Mais ouais, mais comment c'est possible ça?
Dernier joueur en vie.
Dans le bac, il était.
Non mais...
Plus que 30 secondes.
Bah en fait en mode j'ai ult tout ça et le gars il est quand même resté à sa position, il a pas bougé d'ici, genre c'est incompréhensible.
Oh.
J'ai besoin d'une arme.
Ça commence.
Localisation des cibles.
Déplacement bloqué. Spike lâché.
J'ai le spike.
Dernier joueur en vie. Spike à terre au milieu.
Oh ils meurent tous, ils m'énervent.
Regardez.
Ça te pique par la droite, mid.
Mal posé. Les ombres bougent.
Et ouais.
Pas le moindre ennemi le mérite.
À mon tour de me...
Wesh.
Pas d'échappatoire.
3 morts.
Conduisez-les à la tombe.
Il a pas eu, putain.
Cible repérée au départ des attaquants. Ennemi tué.
Ombre en mouvement. Ombre en mouvement.
Recharge.
Il a trop tôt, il a plus d'ail hein.
Déployé. Il est lancé. Dernier joueur.
Ouais, mais sors avec moi. Oh, le baiter, quoi.
Ah ton mate. Il est sorti pour rentrer hein.
Mais non, mais le frérot, il y va, je vais avec lui, frère, il ressort. Non, mais c'est. Ah, c'est quoi ce baiter de fou furieux, genre. S'ils sont avec moi, genre, au moins elle meurt la reine, s'il y en avait un, je sais pas, mais. Non, mais dans 2-7, le gars il a peur, genre.
Où est-ce que vous êtes? Avalez tous. Avalez.
C'est la fin du conflit.
Faites vos rêves.
Grenade lancée. Porteur de spike.
À gauche, y'a pas d'éclair à gauche.
Spike à
Putain.
terre au B. Dernier joueur en vie. On va les avoir. Qu'un ennemi. On fait droit. Mon outil.
Non 117, frère.
Il a beau m'avoir fait souffrir.
Et à gauche, on n'avait pas l'info au cas où.
Ouais, je sais.
Putain, j'en ai tué 3, wesh.
Ah, mais je pense qu'il y a le terreau qui est rentré, je me suis dit, bah attends, mais avec son drone ou un truc, il a l'air de faire quelque chose, mais. Et en fait, non.
Ils sont allés pour mourir, frère.
Je briserai l'équilibre.
Je vous trouverai. Spike lâché.
Oh oui, monsieur. Merci.
Vision réduite.
Pas de fuite possible.
Qu'un ennemi.
Oh, heureusement. Hein. Il y en a un, je viens de lui sauver la vie. Allez, go away, go away, go away.
Je me demande si tu veux tous ces efforts.
Pas d'échappatoire. Mi-temps dans une manche. Achetez ce qu'il vous faut. Ou on aura l'air vraiment bête.
Fuyez, lâche.
La chasse commence. J'ai lâché le spike.
Ouais, stop.
Missile
Où est-ce
touche
que vous
tiré.
êtes? Pas d'échappatoire.
Ennemi repéré au B. À qui il court? Je recharge.
Posez. Ne bougez plus. Attaque. Vous mourrez. Avalez tous. Dernier joueur en vie.
On les détruit tous les jours, mais on est que 2 à jouer.
Bon, à 3, comme.
Changement de côté.
T'as des mecs qui
Pour
servent
moi, il a juste
littéralement
gratté
à rien
2-3
du
kills.
tout,
Hein.
hein.
Pour moi, il a juste gratté 2-3 kills. Hein.
Vraiment, là, des mecs qui vraiment. qui payent, toujours derrière. Mais quoi, on peut pas lui faire confiance, il se fait chier dessus à chaque duel, à chaque prise de duel. Les autres, bon. Derrière, il a pas trop vu entry.
vous êtes.
C'est du B. B.
Avalez tout. Oh, Spike Cutter au B. Oh,
Sova, tête instant. Comment? Attends ton mate, il arrive sur le mid. Il va drone là, il a drone, attends.
plus qu'un ennemi.
Il en a tué un. Oh là là.
Ils sont tous morts.
C'est bon, il est utile en fait.
Je suis la dernière chose qu'ils verront avant de mourir. Petit.
Ah, c'est vraiment, il y a juste la deadlock hein, qui est vraiment. Là quoi.
Ah mais ils ont été wall sur A, putain. Peut-être du mid hein.
Ouais.
Be careful mid.
Il y a là qui est mid pour nous. Une personne.
Il va peut-être attendre
Donc,
que
soit il
le
attend le
proc.
wall sur A.
Ouais, c'est ce que je veux dire. Oula. Mid, pour l'instant. Mid, beaucoup mid. Putain. Mid A.
Ouais, d'accord.
Par
Deadlock qui
pistolet.
sert à rien. Deadlock qui ne sert à rien.
Par
Deadlock qui.
pistolet.
Plus que 30 secondes. Spike posé. Dernier joueur en vie. Je vous trouverai. Ennemi abattu. Connor.
J'ai eu mis 140. Oh là 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 là.
Alors, je tiens à dire que la deadlock est à laisser rentrer sans rien faire. Son stuff a été utilisé, il n'a rien fait du tout. Cette info. Bon, que c'est qu'elle est juste pas là. C'est plus simple, je pense.
C'est une dingue.
Je dois dire, la deadlock ne joue pas.
On perd un gun round, genre. Se faire baiser contre des pistolets, jamais vu ça de ma vie. Sérieusement. C'est une dinguerie, frère.
Le mec qui fait rien, qui est un peu une batteuse, non, mais tu peux rien faire avec cette tête, genre.
C'est du B. Bah, ils ont des armes. Viens, on les laisse passer, on le reprend le site en vrai, non?
Je vous trouverai.
Les ombres bougent.
Hey. Apparemment. Ah bah, il s'est fait baiser sur le A. C'est du A.
Ok.
Spike posé. Je vous trouverai.
Il y en a un là.
Attention ici.
Ça va pas du hold. J'aurais pas dit faux, j'aurais pas dit faux.
Dernier joueur en vie. Économe.
Là, nous aussi on met des grounds.
Hein?
Nous aussi on met des rounds écho.
Ils pensent que c'est plus honorable. de
Ouais, mais
résister
bon.
à la mort. Ils essaient.
Border, hein, t'aurais pas initié la diffuse, t'as capté ou pas? Et il se serait pas jeté pour le faire, quoi, c'est ça que je veux te dire.
Grave, la personne est venue dans la smoke avec moi pour une power. Je sais pas comment c'était la situation, mais.
Bah, justement, en gros, moi j'avais la ligne sur les deux. Donc je commence à leur tirer dessus sur leurs bras. Genre, il y en a un, je lui mets 3 balles, l'autre, je lui mets une balle, bref, j'ai pas compris. Et bah, ils veulent pas mourir, hein. Et à la fin, il y en a un, il t'a rush, et l'autre, bah, du coup, normalement, il était censé avoir la ligne, mais il avait pas la ligne. Parce que du coup, il était smoke à cause de ta smoke, donc je sais pas pourquoi il est pas allé sur toi, justement.
Où est-ce que vous êtes? Au revoir. Il est lancé. Qu'un ennemi.
Eh
Spike
bah.
capteur au B. Spike repéré au B. Où est-ce que vous êtes?
Ah oui, le coup de cut. Non, même pas. Ah non, j'ai pas compris ce qu'il a fait.
Soyez en paix avec vous-même avant de tirer.
Comment ça, plus fort la fessée? Tu veux te blesser ou quoi?
Someone buy me, please.
T'inquiète, pute. Welcome.
Hey.
Mon ultime est prêt.
À qui le tour?
Si t'arrives à pas les laisser passer, c'est parfait. Ah bah.
Ça va, one bullet.
Il y en a 2 mid, tout mid.
Dernier joueur en vie.
Oh, il s'est TP devant toi.
Spike au
Soyez prudents. S'exposer bêtement, c'est leur offrir votre vie sur un plateau.
Ouh là là, Mickey il est nul à l'OP. Pourquoi il push comme ça? Regarde où il est mort.
Il a voulu l'heure, carrément.
Be careful mid.
Hey.
Ouais, mais lurk au début de game.
Je vous trouverai.
Bah ouais.
Avalez tous. Attaque.
Missile touche tiré.
À mon tour. Cauchemar. Spike.
Y'en a un à ta gauche.
Ah, faut regarder la ligne.
Dernier joueur en vie.
T'as pas... Mais pourquoi tu regardes pas mes traînées par terre?
Vous les finissez.
Non, il faut que tu regardes la ligne en fait.
Hein? Ah pas du tout, j'ai
Faut
un
que tu regardes la
pistolet.
ligne. Ah merde.
Ouais, j'avais pas de gun. Justement, j'essayais de prendre l'info. Et à la limite, si tu veux que je prenne la ligne, même si j'ai pas d'arme, pique et préviens-moi avant, comme ça moi je te cover, ouais.
Ouais.
Fais attention, ça va peut-être être pour nous là. Il a pris 1 HP là, Reina.
Je vous trouverai. Avalez tous. Avalez tous. Ne bougez plus. Dernier joueur en vie.
Bah, 1 HP la Reina, je vais tuer la Reina, 1 HP le Sova. Je sais pas les autres comment ils sont morts.
Il y en a, Tero,
Il y en a aucun qui était sur B et ils sont tous morts.
Si, il y a deux qui étaient sur B.
Please, team, can you...
Net.
When the other team don't pick your side, please don't pick him, okay? Don't play the lurk or I don't know, but don't pick him. Just wait. Because we every time got somebody die on the mid or on the A and for nothing.
La chasse commence.
C'est du mid.
Où est-ce que vous êtes? Plus de charge.
Munitions tirées.
Attention à droite, ouais. Il y en a un.
Ah, je suis en nul, putain.
Pas grave, tu l'as eu.
Faites votre boulot et tout ira bien.
Fais attention qu'on se prenne pas une OP sur le B. Can you deposit your trap? Deadlock. Deadlock trap. Ah, ça me bat les couilles, frère.
Il y en a un à faire. Personne sur le A.
B, j'ai juste le Yoru, il a déjà utilisé son fake. Hein.
Laisse-moi que tu prends la ligne.
Il m'a flash.
Ennemi repéré au B.
Ils se sont barrés, hein, plus personne B.
Spike à terre au A. Unique ennemi. Parfait.
Aucun intérêt. Ne mourrez pas. C'est leur vie que je veux. Pas la vôtre.
Là, ce qui est bien, c'est que si on les défonce sur celle-là, pour la 13e manche, ils auront plus de thunes. Et là, quoi que, ils auront un peu, ils vont low, ils vont buy, mais ils auront pas tous, ouais.
Hey.
Pas de surprise. Où est-ce que vous êtes?
Assure. Putain. Faudrait pas qu'il meure.
Capteur déclenché. Spike à terre. Avalez tous.
Le strike est bas.
Avalez tous. On va les avoir. Spike posé. Plus qu'un ennemi.
Oh, l'autre, je les trappe. Quand j'ai entendu qu'il plante, je l'ai envoyé mon trap, frère, il pouvait plus sortir. Il avait pas de son, il savait pas d'où ça venait, il était perdu, le pauvre.
Point gagnant.
Plongez-les dans un sommeil sans fin.
Bon, ouais, ils peuvent tous bail.
Ça? Ah ouais, putain. Ah, mais y'en a, ils ont pas acheté en face, je crois. Ils m'ont pas tant que ça.
Ouais, à la limite, t'es peut-être plus le Yoro qui aura peut-être pas un Foutude.
C'est VNB, quelle erreur. Ah ouais, c'était sûr.
Ouais. 3B.
C'est la fin du conflit.
Ah, quoique, il en a eu un.
Vous mourrez.
Ah ouais.
Pas
Ils
de
étaient
fuite
sur le-
possible.
One default.
Je vous trouverai. Posé. Toujours en attente. Un de marqué. Avalez tous. La peur vous aveugle. Plus on va les avoir. Avalez tous.
Default, default.
À mon tour de m'attaquer.
Je recharge.
C'est vraiment ça.
Tu sais que je me suis senti con parce que j'ai niqué toutes mes balles quoi, sur son ult alors qu'elle était pas encore
Ouais, j'ai
réanimée.
vu, mais les autres aussi. Bon, faut que je vais aller me manger un truc. Ah là, MVP, MVP. Mais que PS3 MVP. Là, il y avait un sort en face. Incroyable. Mais comment MVP je gagne que 23 avec que des mecs qui sont plus haut gradés que moi, genre je comprends pas.
À 23 c'est quand même pas mal hein.
Ah mais j'ai pas de bonus
Quand tu
de
connais
perf,
Valo,
Ouais, je sais pas, j'ai pas de bonus de perf alors qu'il y a quand même... Ah, je suis l'un des plus bas, tu vois, avec toi et puis là... Diamant 3, ascendant 1, diamant 2, diamant 3. Non, je serai MVP. Et de loin, hein, tu verras, le deuxième, j'ai presque 100 points de plus que lui. Vas-y, je vais manger.
J'ai carrément tout ça là. Eh ouais.
Pull back. All right, chat. We got about 1,000 people here already. Still got 40 minutes left until the decision drops. 40 minutes. Yeah, I love books, man. I love reading. Top 3 best grandparents background of all time. Look, it's the same stream I'm in normally. Like, look. Look. Ready? Watch this. So it's the normal background I always have. I just got a green screen in here. I'll leave it like this. I think this is a little bit better, but... Alright guys, we got our timer right here. I'll put the timer up. If we pause, will the market go down? Pause is already baked in, so we don't really know how the market's going to respond. A pause is pretty freaking likely at this point in time. it's pretty improbable that we're going to do anything besides pause today. And so with that, we don't know if a pause is going to make the market go up or down. We don't know if the market's going to like a pause or dislike a pause. We really don't. We don't know if, you know, again, it could go either way, to be completely honest. It depends on what the statement says as well, which we'll cover live here as we always do. But it depends on what the statement says. It depends on how the market is going to interpret a pause. The more important thing is going to be what Big Papa Jerome Powell says during the actual accompanying press conference. What Powell says during the press conference is going to be more important than the decision of a pause, which is almost certainly going to happen. Now, if we get anything outside of a pause, which is like if we get a surprise cut, which almost certain that we're not, if we get a surprise cut, that'll make chaotic movements in markets on either, I think, the downside, but it could go up as well. People might like economic stimulus. I think the market does want interest rate cuts. They just don't want to be surprised by it, if that makes sense. So again, I really don't know. I don't know what the market's going to give us here. We got to wait and see. We'll stick around. We'll cover all of it live. Would you personally buy gold? I like gold long term. Short term, I have no freaking idea what it's going to do. Gold's been uptrending for like 8 or 9 years now. So it's not my favorite time to buy gold, because if you buy gold now, you might get stuck in a long-term downtrend, which is an inevitability. Eventually it's going to happen. But with that said, gold is one of the single best inflation hedges over the last 20 years as well. So I think there's arguments for and against buying gold right now. Personally, we're a little too high for me to buy gold, but at the same time, I've been saying that since gold was at like 2,200. So I've missed out on huge gains in gold. So what do I know? What Jerome Powell decided 2 p.m. if we get to see John Jones versus Tom Aspinall? Maybe. Probably not. That'd be crazy if he did, though. All right, guys, let's get ready. Hey, the FOMC decision press conference. Stick around. We cover this live every single meeting. 30 minutes left. Over 30 minutes left. We got 35 minutes left here. Looking at our poll, 57% think he's going to be hawkish, 43% think he's going to be bearish. I think he's personally going to be hawkish as well. And the reason I think he's going to be hawkish is because we've seen
Ouais, j'ai perdu beaucoup, je te mens pas, faut être honnête, hein, j'ai perdu beaucoup. Et je suis toujours pas rentable. Enfin, si, là, en soi, si, je suis rentable.
Yeah, high payrolls,
En mode,
lower jobs claims.
à partir du moment où mon compte il a plus de 840 €, c'est que je suis rentable. Parce que c'est la somme que j'ai mise, du coup. J'avais mis 920, mais vu que j'ai retiré un peu, et bah du coup, l'équivalent qui me restait, c'était 840. Donc si j'ai plus de 840, c'est que je suis rentable.
If I really had to guess, I think he's going to be pretty sideways, neutral, data dependent. I think he's going to be apprehensive to make any bold prediction on what they're going to do, or any bold guidance on what they're going to do moving forward. I think he's just going to be pretty sideways.
C'est moi le modèle que toi tu veux, il y en a plein après, il y a deux trucs. Pas commencer à se taper
Purple
les
tide.
5 secondes, les 5 que je crois.
It's almost certainly going to be purple.
Je cherche sur Google, c'est un modèle qui te plaît, tu m'en envoies plusieurs. Et si j'en trouve une, je te la trouve.
What's up, Faye? Merci. It's at Beginner Trades. At Beginner Trades. Yeah, we did a poll. 54.5% are hawkish, 45.5% are dovish.
Parce que moi, ce qu'il me faudrait, ce serait une sacoche et un truc à main. Attends, je rectifie. Il me faut plusieurs trucs en fait. Il me faut une sacoche, un truc à main comme toi là, une sacoche de main comme toi, et un portefeuille, voilà. Et je dis bien portefeuille, pas porte-monnaie en mode zip, tout ça, genre un vrai portefeuille en mode qui fait classe, t'as capté? En mode le truc que tu l'ouvres pas, tu connais le portefeuille, t'as eu les portefeuilles de gens qui, tu te dis, ah lui c'est quelqu'un.
At 11 or at 2 p.m., 3 p.m. I tend to do so much better for some reason. Yeah, I'm looking at gold. It's very sideways. Look at gold. Gold's right here. Chat, this is gold. Leading into the Fed meeting. And there is a strategy, like I've talked about this strategy a lot, where you just kind of attack choppy range sideways trends leading into big economic releases. Because typically ahead of big economic releases, sometimes ahead of big earnings, ahead of the FOMC meeting a lot of the time, what becomes the most predictable is a rangy market like this. Like, look at how rangy this market is. Like shorting the top of the range, covering at the bottom, buying the bottom of the range if you like long covering at the top. It just becomes a lot more predictable in these moments. You gotta wait for them though, and that's the hard thing to do. Is Bitcoin going to go parallel as the SPY, which is the market? Sometimes it does. It depends on what it is. A lot of the time, Bitcoin will move in a macro way with markets, unless we have like bank weakness, which might be the opposite. So if like we got JP Morgan, Wells Fargo weakness, we might consequently get Bitcoin and other stuff straight because people hedge against that economic weakness with Bitcoin, or that bank weakness with Bitcoin. So we've seen different correlations, but in general, I would say it moves in a macro way with markets. Pause on rates, somewhat dovish outlook, but expect another dump before the great reset. Market kicks in on June and July. Maybe. Kiera says all-time highs by June. 100%. Maybe.
Ouais, Zebi, frérot, tu l'as trouvé
I
où?
was back in London 20 years ago. I'd say yes, yes, for realsies. I don't even know English. Like, I'm from Louisiana. So, my slang, what did I say 20 years ago? That's tight. That's tight, you know. That's the tightest book over there, right there. That's a tight truck driving by. Yeah, that's tight. That's fresh. That's a fresh outfit you've got on. What else did I say? Bruh, a lot of bruhs. Hey, bruh. Come here, bruh. Although that's kind of an Cajun thing. I'm from Baton Rouge. Go Tigers. I'm sorry, my stream cut out for a second, so if it lagged, we're still here. I don't know what happened, but if the stream's cut out for a second, if it lagged, we're still here. Bruh is still heavily in use for sure, you know. Hey, we still got 1,200 people. Can y'all hear me? Are we good? No, we're still here. Yeah, the young people now use that brain rot. Yeah, it's stormy. Okay, good. As long as y'all can hear me, we're good. Hey, we got 30 minutes left until the Fed decision. 30 minutes left, chat. Be ready here. Stuff a little whippy. Yeah, we're good. All right, cool. Is that a good thing, Austin? I don't know, brother. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, actually a big movie or a big music hub, believe it or not. All right, so the Nasdaq started to turn a little bit here. Look at gold come down. Again, the Nasdaq at 19.9s, SPY at 561s. Thank you for doing the live. Hey, you're welcome, bro. We're here. Oh, well, thank you, Austin. New gold standard incoming. Is it really? Do y'all think the new gold is standard is incoming? Maybe.
Ce que j'ai fait aujourd'hui, j'ai fait que 66 €. T'as vu, là tout à l'heure j'ai baissé par rapport à tout à l'heure.
Alright guys, we still got 30 minutes here until
j'ai gagné 12 balles. Après je faisais des petits gains. J'ai perdu quand même, t'as vu. Je faisais des petits gains. Là j'ai fait un gros gain 10, 21, 11, 10. C'est ça qui m'a mis bien. Et là j'ai fait un gain de 40. Et là regarde. Moins 27, moins 10. Ça c'est ce que j'ai pris tout à l'heure. Là j'essaye de rattraper. Donc là je suis à 9 €. Mais là, ça taille, ça m'a défoncé, t'imagines même. Pour ça, en fait, c'est ça le truc, c'est que, admettons, même si je te poste ce que je fais, admettons, tu gagnes. Si tu fais pas tout ce que je fais, parce que moi, il y a plein de trucs, des fois, je les fais sur un coup de tête, t'as vu. Admettons, tu gagnes, c'est même pas sûr que tu gagnes, parce que si tu fais, si admettons, tu recopies que ce que j'ai fait et que j'ai perdu, t'as capté, bah ça veut dire que tu vas être qu'en perte, toi. Moi, je vais être peut-être en gain à la fin, mais toi, tu vas être qu'en perte. Donc c'est compliqué, je peux pas t'envoyer parce que c'est pas, je le décide pas en mode préalable.
35 minutes, a little bit over 35 minutes, 25 minutes, I mean. Bought up Apple at 194. Yeah, the president has been pressuring Jerome Powell to cut interest rates. Let's talk about the biggest stories of today's FOMC meeting, though, chat. Let's talk about it. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on the stream. It's a big day. But again, rates are very probable at this point in time if we take a look at the likelihood of outcome here. Rates are very, very probable to stay at what we're currently at, which is 4.25% to 4.5%. Very probable to stay at 4.25%, 4.5%. Not very likely that we're going to change rates at all. Very probable that we're going to stay at 4.25%, 4.5%. 99 to 1% likelihood. 99.1% likelihood. Now, if we're talking about the biggest things to listen for in today's event, the Fed is not going to update its dot plot. So the Fed is not going to update its dot plot. The FOMC is leaving its policy rate unchanged, 4.5%. Again, there's not going to be any updated dot plot. So the dot plot with the updated economic stuff is going to be at quarterly, which is not today. Today's is not the quarterly one. His tie will be purple almost certainly. J Powell doesn't do streams. No, we're not delayed, Mahmood. We are on time. Hit the live button next to the play button. In every stream, there's about a 1 second delay, but we're not that. Like, we're not going to be delayed like that. Yeah, it's going to be a massive decision today by the Federal Reserve, but it's pretty probable we're going to pause rates and we're not going to move rates like that. We're not lagging, are we? Remember, the FOMC decision is going live very soon. Very soon. We got 25 minutes left total until the FOMC decision goes live. Okay, not lagging. All right, good. No one knows what they're talking about. Well, some people do. Some people understand. Like, you see a lot of streamers right now, and they're calling every rate decision a rate hike. A rate hike is a very specific thing. It means the Federal Reserve is raising interest rates. And, like, if you want to look at the correlation here to understand it, like, let's talk about it. So we can look at, like, CPI inflation and a graph behind CPI inflation here. Like, here's CPI inflation, right? Here is a federal funds graph, just to show you. Right, so here's CPI inflation, and here's the Fed funds graph. And you'll notice a correlation between what the Federal Reserve does and inflation. And we talked about this earlier, but let's talk about it again. All right, so if you take a look here, here is the CPI inflation graph. One thing that you'll notice is that the only time CPI and inflation literally go down is during really weak economics, like January 2009. Last time inflation literally went down and stayed down. Hey, thank you, due diligence. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, sir. And then we got the Fed funds graph right here, right? So one thing that you'll see is that we had the economic weakness of 2020 that made prices actually go down or slow down to almost zero inflation. And but when the Fed started doing all this economic stimulus here, the consequence of all this stuff. So the Fed did all this economic stimulus here. Like, look, let me make sure you can see this. Yeah, so the Fed did all this economic stimulus here. This is where the Fed did all this economic stimulus. The consequence of this super low interest rate environment right here is this spike to inflation. So like the Federal Reserve doing all this economic stimulus, sending out stimulus checks, lowering interest rates to almost zero, doing quantitative easing and supply chain problems that happened in 2020. The side effect of all this stuff was this right here. This was the consequence of all of it. Inflation spiked. So inflation got really, really bad. And CPI inflation, you can see, got almost up to 10%. Got up to 9.1%. And again, this aspect, I've said this once during the stream, I'll say it again. This thing right here, this is why people are still unhappy modern age, is because of this inflation spike up to 9.1%. That is why people are still absolutely unhappy, is because inflation spiked up to almost 10%. Almost 10% inflation spike. So that is what we're still fighting back from. This is why a lot of people think the economy is weaker than it is. This is why a lot of people are unhappy now in modern age in terms of spending, is because prices are 3, 4, 5x what they once were. And obviously that's not good. That's not what people want. And so once inflation starts to spike like this, the Fed has to then pivot to a restrictive stance. And so this is the Fed being restrictive right here. This is them raising interest rates meeting by meeting all the way up to where we're at now, which is 4.25% to 4.5%. They raised them up to over 5%, and then late last year they cut them down to where we're at now, which is 4.25% and 4.5%. And then they paused them for the last few meetings since December. Really, they did a 50 base cut in September. In November, they did a 25 basis point cut, and then in December they did a 25 basis point cut, and that led us to where we're at now, which is 4.25%, 4.5%. And a lot of people are pressuring them to cut still, but we'll see what happens. If the rate remains the same, does it buy or sell? I don't understand. Yeah, I mean, leaving the rates unchanged is already what's going to happen. So leaving rates unchanged is what's going to happen. So rates being paused or untouched is a neutral outcome. And when it's 99 to 1% likelihood, people that are investing and trading in the market, that is what they expect. That's kind of like the expected neutral outcome, is a pause, right? If we do something besides a pause, it's going to evoke panic and freakouts in markets. But as long as we pause like everybody thinks we will, then then we're probably not going to have too much volatility from this. Taking a look at bond yields as well. And bond yields are important to watch through all this stuff, because bond yields can have an influence on interest rates and vice versa. So like bond yields and interest rates tend to follow each other. And so here's the last 5 days where bond yields have spiked up starting in May, and then they've kind of fallen back down over the last day. Last 24 hours, bond yields have come back down. Now again, remember, bond yields and interest rates follow each other. And so if bond yields go up, interest rates are going down, and vice versa. Or no, I'm sorry. If bond yields are going up, that means we have a higher interest rate sentiment. If bond yields are going down, that means we have a lower interest rate sentiment. Bond prices and bond yields inverse each other. And so you can kind of see an example of this where here's the 10-year treasury yield symbol. You can see today bond yields are down a little bit. If we take a look at the actual bond prices, now it's a different time frame of bond prices, but if you look at TLT, which is actual bond prices, they are going up right now versus down. Bond yields are going down, bond prices are going up, and then interest rates and this right here follow each other. I know there's a lot of jargon, but if you understand these correlations, it becomes a lot easier to track this stuff. A lot easier to track. So I hope all this stuff makes sense. Powell speaks at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. In about 20 minutes, we got the actual decision, and then at 2:30, we get the press conference. In theory, it's a perfect scenario to cut. I mean, the only thing that puts a hiccup in a cut push is payrolls came in higher than expected on Friday. Non-farm payrolls and unemployment. Unemployment was as expected. Payrolls were strong, showing a strong labor report. The strong labor report kind of puts a hiccup in a cut push, because if the labor market is strong, you have less of a need to cut interest rates. And so that's kind of something that you want to understand. With that, like, that's what it is. Again, bond prices have been going up over the last 24 hours. Yields have been going down. And the labor market since last Friday, the labor market has shown resilience. And so in that regard, the Feds, again, to talk about this one more time, the likelihood of a cut was 10% before last Friday. Last Friday came out, much stronger labor market, showing less of a need to cut. And at this point in time, the likelihood of a cut is now dropped to 1% or less today. So, man, I think they're going to cut. I do not think they're going to cut. We'll see, but I do not think they're going to cut interest rates. Yeah, I like Bitcoin, and I think the closer Bitcoin gets to 100K, the more the momentum is going to show up for it, to be honest. So Bitcoin getting very close to 100,000. It's at 96 to 97,000 right now, depending on which platform you look at. It's getting really close to 100K. I think Bitcoin's probably going to push up more. Who freaking knows? But I think Bitcoin's probably going to start shooting up. Who knows? I don't know. Not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose money. Always make your own assessment. Not an investment professional. Not liable if you lose. Understand all the stuff on screen. Can't guarantee anything. Not an investment professional. Understand all the stuff on screen, guys. I can't guarantee anything, but yeah. Stick around. We're going to cover this meeting live as it happens. We got the FOMC decision today. So again, will the Fed hold its policy rate at 4.25% to 4.5%? Almost certainly yes today. Almost certainly yes. Traders are going to listen to any change in wording around progress towards the 2% inflation goal over time. Watch for phrases that signal whether the Fed views disinflation as on track or if it's still slow. They're not going to do a dot plot today. It only happens quarterly. We want to listen to the Q&A tone, his answers on stuff like tariffs. I'm listening for tariffs. The word tariffs, how they're going to impact the economy and rate decisions moving forward for the rest of this year. That's really one of the things that I'm incredibly likely to be on site for. Like if they say the word tariffs and how that might impact the market short term, how that might pop the market up, down, sideways. We'll see. We still got 15 minutes left until the actual decision, chat. 15 minutes left. If J. Powell does cut, he'll say it wasn't influenced by anyone. Yeah, I mean, the president can pressure him to cut rates, but it's just not that easy. In the Federal Reserve's mind, like if we cut interest rates, we're contributing to potentially more inflation risks. You know, one thing they can do is they can slow quantitative tighten down to influence those markets. So one thing that I am going to also listen for is the reduction of the Fed's balance sheet, and if they're slowing that reduction down to zero, effectively meaning they're going to be ending quantitative tightening. Quantitative tightening is basically the Federal Reserve reducing.
Just know if you play with fire, you'll get burnt. So that's all I say is that, you know, we all joke around about touching the stove when it gets too hot. You'll find out. You know, we just, once again, we don't claim to, like I said, I never claim to have the Holy Grail, but I know I try and at least pass on, hey, stuff that I did or mistakes that I've learned, all I'm doing is trying to speed up someone else's learning curve. But if you, once again, you're the one clicking the mouse, you'll find out. You know.
Billy says, "Did you guys all know each other back then?" Well, you know, Hoop's mom and Hoog's mom and my mom, we're all moms.
We're all moms.
So, that sort of puts us in the same boat. No, you know, I think I met Johnny. Maybe half my career on the trading floor. Hoop was like in every pit, so really did. Right. I caught him once in a while zipping by. But that was about it. How about you, Johnny? Did you know Hoop?
I knew of Hoop.
Josh.
You look at that jacket.
Fisher.
Everybody knows him.
There's that guy. What guy? That guy.
There's that guy.
But I don't think we knew each other.
Liquidity. Everything I really do. I don't think he's going to be. John. Have a status in finance for the rest of your life if you're the Federal Reserve chairman. You'll make millions of dollars doing it regardless of what they pay you. You know, Powell's net worth is like 50 million or something crazy. Although he was that's a little bit different, but he was Powell was a investment banker prior to it, so that's what it is. Is it possible he hikes rates? Almost certainly not. Powell is almost certainly not going to be hiking interest rates today. Almost certainly not. You never freaking know, but almost certainly not. That's a very far unlikely decision by Jerome Powell. Incredibly unlikely that he hikes rates. Incredibly unlikely. But we'll see. You never freaking know. Again, the big decision is going to be at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to stream it all live here as we do. So stick around. Hit the like button next to the play button. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the like button next to the play button. Yeah, Jerome Powell. We'll see what everything looks like here. You guys ready? Bond yields are still down. We gotta put gold up. What kind of charts do y'all want up on? We can put gold. We can put Bitcoin. Bitcoin's pretty flat down the middle here. Yeah, I mean, he's almost certainly not gonna hike rates. MicroStrategy. Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's been running. SPY is still very choppy, very neutral, very flat, and very boring. So we're not really doing too much here. But yeah, the president's been speaking a lot, like a lot. Fed Chair John. John. Yeah. Hey, there's Bitcoin. We got gold up in the middle. Let's see what happens. Take out for the real move. 80% chance it remains the same. Yeah, we got over 10 minutes left still, chat. We got over 10 minutes left until the FOMC decision. And the decision is going to drop right at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the dot. So right at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to cover the FOMC decision at an accompanying press conference at 2:30. And we're going to stream it all live here as we do. 80%. It's a way over 80%. It's like 99% chance that they do not influence rates. They don't raise rates. They don't lower rates. They pause rates. 90% chance likelihood of that. So it's pretty unlikely that we're gonna cut rates today. If they did anything outside of a pause, it would be a cut. But with the cut, there's only a 1% chance, like a literal 1% chance likelihood that they're gonna cut rates today. It's very, very low probability. Yeah, I'm showing 99 to 1. I think the most accurate one is probably like Polymarket is just like derivatives. But looking at the Fed Watch tool, again, here's the likelihood. Oh, and this actually has changed a little bit. Hold on, let me refresh this. Okay, so this has actually changed a little bit. At this point, it is 98 to 2, basically likelihood of a pause. 98 to 2 chance. So at this point in time, it's very improbable that we are going to be doing anything besides a pause, but we still got a 2% chance, and 2% is 2%. I mean, this could, in theory, happen. It's pretty improbable that it's going to happen, but it could. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, how do you like it? So you're telling me there's a chance. That's right. Hey, Dumb and Dumber joke. You're telling me there's a chance. Absolutely there's a chance. It's not a high probability of one, but there's a chance for sure. Again, hit the like button next to the play button. Bump those likes up. Let's see if we can get over 500 likes before 2 p.m. I appreciate it. Let's see if we can get it. 500 likes before 2 p.m. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. Let's keep the growth up. I have a feeling we may be surprised. Honestly, if we do a surprise cut, I will be the first to tell you I was wrong. You know, I will be absolutely the first to tell you I was wrong. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could. I mean, you never freaking know. And again, we're going to cover this live as it happens. Like, look, here's where the report's released. So the report's going to come out right here. Statement underneath these letters, implementation note, statement, all that stuff. Look at the SPY come down here, chat. So the SPY is falling down fast. Falling down fast. But yeah, if we do anything besides what a pause, I will be shocked. Shocked.
Wesh, la dinguerie.
Surprise hike? Nah, there's no surprise hike. Hike ain't gonna happen. If a hike happened, the market would have so much red action show up. It would be crazy. A hike is not gonna happen. If a hike happened, everybody would freak out, like drastically freak out, you know. Yeah, so if a high gap it, everybody would panic and just freak out. All right, guys, we got 7 minutes left. 7 minutes. Still got time. Look at the SPY come down. SPY at 559 is almost under 560s. SPY hitting the bottom of the range. Look at Bitcoin come down too. So Bitcoin coming down. Gold is spiking up ahead of this report. Okay, so the president has said a couple things. All right, just to clarify the breaking news. He said to U.S. envoy to China says hello to Chinese President Xi. U.S. President says we'll take a look at exemptions, don't know on tariff exemptions. The Department of Justice and FTC seek info on unfair practices in live ticketing, according to Bloomberg. And U.S. President Trump says not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. So that is the news, the breaking news that's happened over the last couple minutes is that the president says he is not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. Not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. Again, stick around. We got 6 minutes left, chat. 6 minutes left. Listen to all the stuff on screen. I'm going to make this in big yellow letters so people understand. The Fed decision is going to be in 6 minutes, chat. 6 minutes. Again, bump that like button. Hit the subscribe button. I appreciate it. So Lysandra, you probably got to refresh. We got about 320 something that I'm showing on my end right now. So you just got to refresh your screen, brother. Surprise hike would be hilarious. Honestly, if he surprise hikes, the market is going to super dump, right? If we cut, I don't know what the market's going to do. It's such a shocking thing based off of projections that if we cut, I think it might still make the market go down. But we could also have positive reaction for a cut because I think in the end the market wants a cut, and a cut means stimulation of the economy and potential upward movement in finance and stocks. So I think either one of them could happen. I don't think it's very probable that we are going to cut or pause. But hey, we'll see. Hey, thank you, Bulldog, my guy. Hey, what's up, brother? Appreciate it. Again, President Trump says he's not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. That news just came out. We got 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. Give me your last minute predictions in chat. Hawk or Dove? Hawk or Dovish? What will Powell's tone be like, Hawk or Dovish? Markets are testing lows as the president said he's not willing to pull back 145% tariffs. President says he's not willing to pull back 145% tariffs. Market's dipping. Not dovish, hawkish, dovish, hawk. We'll see. Dude, my nose is so stopped up, dude. I can't even breathe out my nose. I've been sick for a week. Somebody said I smoked one. I definitely didn't. My nose is so stopped up right now. I've been sick for the last week straight. All right, guys, 4 minutes left. Hey, subscribe. Hit the notification bell. We got almost 3,000 people here already. We still got 4 minutes left. And then we got the press conference, too. Hawk 2. Is no cut dovish or hawkish? No cut is neutral right now. Altuve. No cut means neutral. It's what's expected. It's what's baked into the market right now. Is a zero cut outcome. What's baked into the market right now is a zero cut outcome. All right, 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. It's not allergies. I've been sick for the last week. I've had low-grade fever, stuffy nose, body aches, sore throat. All right, chat. It's time.
Salut, ou je lance?
Dans 10 minutes. Si tu veux attendre.
I'm going to put Giant John up right now.
Et quelle heure? Ah, 10 minutes. Pas télé, il y a match. Ah, ça.
Time for the FOMC decision today, chat. It's time for the FOMC decision. We got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. Hit the live button next to the play button. Hey, make sure you're fully caught up on streaming. We got the accompanying press conference live here, 2:30. We're going to stream the entire thing live here, 2:30. Yeah, it's a cold, most likely. You can see Bitcoin. Chat.
57 à 20
Bitcoin
heures.
falling down
Je
for some
sais,
reason
soit
over
je
the last-
deviens
maybe
pauvre,
the
soit je
fear
deviens
of
riche.
Bitcoin made it go down. But you see Bitcoin coming down a
Les
little
gars,
bit.
à 20 heures, c'est
Gold
soit je
is the
deviens
middle
pauvre,
chart.
soit je
We got
deviens
the
riche.
SPY
Comme
up
ça,
on
moi,
the
c'est
left.
clair.
Gold up in the
Là,
middle.
t'as combien là?
Là, je viens de perdre près 60 balles, même plus, 80 balles en tout.
We got the
Ah, mais t'as combien là? Là, t'as combien?
Là, je suis à moins 21
Actuellement.
là. Ah, sur mon compte, tu veux dire?
Alright, chat, 2 minutes left.
Ouais, ouais.
780.
2 minutes. Put the SPY up.
Du coup, si tu deviens riche, c'est combien?
C'est plus 100, 200, je pense. Il y a des chances.
Alright, guys. You
Et
guys
si
ready?
c'est moins?
Ah, gars, c'est autant, hein. Moins 100, moins 200.
Again,
hein.
the president just said he's not open to
Ok,
pulling
soit
back
tu passes à genre vers les 1000, soit tu passes à
145%
genre vers les 500.
Ah, c'est
Again, hit the
tout ou
sub
rien, en
button.
gros.
Hit the notification bell.
Allez.
Let's get ready. We got a little bit over 1 minute left until the FOMC decision, and then the accompanying press conference is going
Attends,
to
je
be
te
at
fais un
2:30.
partage, attends.
All right, the accompanying press conference is going to be at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to stream the entire thing live. It is very probable, 99 to 1, 98 to 2% likelihood of a pause in interest rates by the Federal Reserve. If inflation's a risk, the Fed's not going to want to cut rates. If a recession, depression's
T'as
a
investi
risk,
sur
the
l'or?
Fed's going to want to cut
Non,
rates.
là, c'est
hopefully,
le
to save us
Nasdaq.
from the upcoming recession or depression. 50 seconds left, chat. 50 seconds left.
Le Nasdaq, t'as dit?
Hit the live button.
En
If
gros,
you put it into
les
XP,
finances
it'll make sure you're fully
américaines.
caught up so you can actually watch the FOMC decision.
Genre en mode, est-ce que l'Amérique va s'écrouler ou pas? En
Yeah.
gros. Je sais pas comment t'expliquer, mais c'est à peu près ça.
Ouais, mais.
20 secondes, 19, 18. Ah,
Again, we're gonna read the
je suis
entire
déjà à moins
statement
18, à dire
live
toi, je vais faire
here as well.
enculer.
20 seconds, chat. 20 seconds. I'm gonna take
Ah,
this
je suis comme un
camera off.
dingue.
We're gonna do a countdown.
T'as vu là,
18,
mon doigt il est prêt à
17,
cliquer là.
16, 15, 14, 13,
5,
12,
4,
11,
3,
10,
2,
9,
1,
8,
et là.
7, 6, 5, 4,
Et là, je me fais
3,
baiser.
2,
Je me fais baiser ou pas?
and 1. Here's the
Moins 30
decision.
balles. Ah
All
non?
right, the FOMC did a pause. They paused interest
Positif ou
rates.
négatif? Et là, je me fais baiser.
The FOMC paused
Moins
interest rates. We'll read the actual statement coming soon, but they paused rates. Market is kind of flat right now, but yeah, FOMC paused rates. Market hasn't really moved. As we told you guys, it probably wouldn't. But again, market paused interest rates, as we told you guys, would almost certainly happen. Fed has kept interest rate unchanged, 4.5, 4.25 to 4.5%. We're going to read the decision pretty soon.
On attend.
Again, 4.25 to 4.5% is what the interest rate decision would be. And we're going to read the statement in a second, chat. Bear with me. I told you guys this is what we would get. I told you guys we were going to get a pause in interest rates. First move is the wrong move, maybe, but the market's not really reacting here. Again, if you're telling me I'm super late, you haven't hit the live button next to the play button. You know, again, rates were kept unchanged. 4.25, 4.5% is what they showed up as. Yeah.
Ça bouge pas
Let's go
trop,
ahead
hein.
and read the statement. So, although swings in net exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level in recent months, and labor market conditions remain somewhat elevated. The committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. Uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased further. The committee is attentive to the risks on both sides of its dual mandate and judges that the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. In support of these goals, the committee decided to maintain the target range left unchanged at 4.25 to 4.5%. And considering the extent of timing of additional adjustments to the target range, the committee will carefully assess the data outlook. They will continue reducing its holdings of Treasury securities. So this is QT and agency debt and agency-backed mortgage security. So they haven't changed QT policy as well. They're still doing QT. They're keeping QT the same. And again, although swings in exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest that the economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. The unemployment rate stabilized at a low level Labor market remains solid. Inflation remains elevated. Committee seeks to achieve maximum employment, 2%. Again, they're keeping QT the same. You can read about this right here. The committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. They'll continue reducing the holding of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency MBSs. So again, they are keeping their QT the same here. And again, stick around. We are going to stream the entire FOMC decision live. Don't go anywhere. We are going to continue to stream the entire FOMC decision live as it happened. And again, so don't go anywhere. Again, we'll see what happens, chat. We're going to stream the whole thing live. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll see if the market turns. But
Je suis déçu.
But yeah, as of now, we came in
Right.
pause. As we said, you guys cannot call me dummy now because, again, we came in as I told you we would. I told you guys we would come in here, and this is what we showed up as. And so, again, we're going to cover the press conference live in a couple minutes. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. Markets are very flat. Bitcoin honestly reacted pretty favorably to this. Again, Bitcoin honestly reacted pretty favorably. Again, I'm going to read the statement one more time. Although swings in net exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. Basically, we're seeing a strong labor market and economy, is what he's saying right now. Basically, we're seeing a strong labor market and economy. Again, I'll put this up on screen. The unemployment rate is stabilized. Labor market conditions remain solid. Inflation remains elevated. This is a hawkish POW, by the way, just to clarify. This is a hawkish POW that thinks the economy is doing good, but inflation's a risk. This is a hawkish POW. He did not reduce QT at all. He kept QT going the same. And yeah, stick around. But again, he did not end QT. He did not slow QT. He kept QT, which is a hawkish action by the Fed, the same. He thinks that unemployment and the labor market are solid, but inflation remains elevated. And because of that, they have paused interest rates, is what this basically says. He said they seek to achieve uncertainty about the economic outlook has increased further. Committee is attentive to these risks to both sides of its dual mandate. Dual mandate, guys, just to clarify, dual mandate means inflation fears. They want low inflation and a strong labor market. Okay? Kind of the best of both worlds. Cake and eat it too, if you will. Low labor market, strong labor market with low inflation. All right? That's what the dual mandate is. They want strong labor market but low inflation. And so again, with all that said, the Fed has paused interest rates, as we said they would. Now, attention now, chat. Let me make myself a little bit smaller, put Giant John out the way. Attention now is going to focus strictly now on what Jerome Powell says during the actual FOMC decision. What Powell says during the actual FOMC decision is going to impact everything now. We also have the U.S. president coming out saying he's unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. Unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. Again, stick around. We're going to put a timer up now here, chat. So again, stick around. We're going to put a timer up now.
Là, ça commence, là. Là, ça commence, là. Là, ça commence, là.
Right, so full
Ah, si
press
tu continues à baisser, frérot. Ah, si tu continues à baisser, mon petit poulet.
Live here, 2:30.
Si tu casses la résistance, ah là, s'il tombe encore là.
Again, subscribe if you haven't yet.
Je te le dis, hein, là, s'il casse,
Again, Powell is
là, ça part en
hawkish in the
couille, là.
statement.
Ah, il va pas. Il y va ou il y va pas? Il y va ou il y va pas? Il y va. Est-ce qu'il va y aller encore?
All right, there we go. So we got the updates to everything right here. Look at the NASDAQ dump down here, chat, on this China tariff news is most likely what's driving this down. Again, the NASDAQ is falling big on this China tariff news, in my opinion. Look at this.
Ah, il va le baiser. C'est mort.
I think this is probably
fini,
China
frère.
tariff stuff. Go on. Probably.
Il est en train de se faire niquer, frère. Oui, écroule-toi, écroule-toi, les États-Unis, écroulez-vous. Mec qui mélange tout.
China's President Xi says he's looking forward to talking ties and cooperation with President Putin. U.S. President Trump says he's unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. And the NASDAQ and the S&P have both dropped drastically in a late reaction here to the FOMC press conference. This is going to be in about 23 minutes. Chat, 23 minutes. We're going to stream this all live here as we always do. 23 minutes. We got about 22 and a half minutes, really. What? Yeah. All right, so we got a timer right here, chat. We got a timer right here. Make sure you guys can see it.
Je sais pas si ça va
Again,
continuer,
this is
hein.
probably the news that's lowering the market right now, making the market drop. Again, Powell was hawkish, in my opinion, so less pushy of rate cuts, more worried about inflation.
Allez, on la try, hein.
And again, let's talk about it. Powell, just to clarify, said the unemployment rate stabilized, labor market conditions are solid,
Et
and
ouais.
inflation remains elevated, is what Powell said. He said basically he thinks the economy's doing good.
Trop tôt.
Inflation's a risk. The labor market is strong. And the Federal Reserve is only going to cut interest rates if we have a weakening labor market, a weakening economy, and inflation under control. So again, this is very much a hawkish Powell.
Putain, oh, j'ai rattrapé ce que j'ai perdu, putain.
Tariffs tanking the market on the way down here.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais?
De l'argent.
Yeah, again, this is taking the market
Ah,
down.
c'est ça que tu veux.
The question is this what's impacting the market? Stick around, guys. Stick around. We are going to cover everything live like we always do. But
Mon TP, je le mets là.
I'm pretty sure.
Non, remonte pas. Non,
Pretty sure
non.
the tariff news is what's tanking the market, right? Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what this is. China President Xi says he's looking forward to talking ties in cooperation with the Russian president. The U.S. president says they're unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. He also said that he's not open to pulling back 145% tariffs. And so some less optimistic, more pessimistic news regarding the economy after the interest rates were left unchanged, paused at 4.25% to 4.5%. And now we have the accompanying press conference in 20 minutes, chat. 20 minutes here. I'm going to end this poll. Or actually, we'll leave the poll up because it has to do with Powell. China's meeting with Besant on Saturday. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, maybe it could be the China-Russia news for sure. If that's true, why did Powell cut rates last year with a booming economy? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Powell had paused rates for a year
Comment ça
straight
s'appelle? Tu sais,
prior
les
to
chips
cutting
là que
rates
tu
late
manges au
last year.
fromage.
And so again,
C'est
Doritos?
un peu, tu sais, aspect-
Cheetos?
non,
could have something to do with it.
tu sais, c'est un aspect un peu polystyrène là.
Cheetos?
Si, Cheetos?
Ouais.
Ok.
If
Merci.
we look at a Fed funds graph, so this is the Fed's interest rates over time.
Avec deux E et un S.
If we look at the last 10 years,
Ouais, histoire de
starting late
faire
last year,
Cheetos.
September,
Enfin, voilà quoi.
paused rates from about 2023 to 2025.
Putain, heureusement, je me suis arrêté avant, hein, parce que ça remontait. Hein.
Cut rates about a full percentage point late last year from September to December, and then paused rates since then. That has been the Fed's decision, and so this will be a continuation of the same trend, which is a pause. It's looking most likely like we're going to pause rates. Taking a look at next month here, the likelihood of a pause next month is, let's take a look. So here's the COB watch tool. The likelihood of a pause in June is still very low. Let's refresh this just to make sure. Okay, so the likelihood of a June pause is currently still at 71.5%. Now, we do have a 30% roughly chance of a cut in June. So it is possible that we have a cut in June. Very possible. And yeah, I think what Sam might have said makes sense. So the China-Russia cooperation news could be what's tanking the market. So we got news about 5 minutes ago that China President Xi, Xi says he's looking forward to talking ties in cooperation with Putin, the Russian president. So China and Russia working together is the news that came out 5 minutes ago. That probably is taking markets, chat. Probably taking markets. Again, we are going to stream the entire press conference live right here. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We got 15 minutes left.
Parce qu'ils ont feinté le remontée de marché.
You guys see this? Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. So look. Basically, let's explain the graph again. 2020, lockdowns, drama. Federal Reserve brought interest rates down to almost zero. after
Allez,
that,
t'exploses
they kept
tout,
them there.
frère.
They did a bunch of QE as well. All this stuff contributed to high inflation. By 2022, inflation spiked. The Federal Reserve then pivots to raising interest rates to try to push inflation back down, pushing the economy down with it. And then they paused rates in 2023 all the way up until late 2024. And then they cut rates a full percentage point the last 3 months of last year. And then they paused rates for this year so far. They paused rates twice. And then really 3 times, including today. So that is the Federal Reserve. Again, this big rate hike cycle by the Fed was to push inflation down. And inflation did slow down here. You know, again, if we look at CPI inflation over time, you know, the Federal Reserve being really like restrictive, which is this big upward angle here, this big upward move, which is rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. You know, this did help inflation. Like, look, so look how much inflation went down. Let me put this up. So like, look how much inflation went down once the Fed started being restrictive. It was almost a 10% CPI. Came all the way back down to currently it's at like 2.4% CPI inflation. And CPI inflation drops next week as well. Next week is where we get CPI inflation coming out. So it's all relevant. We'll see what happens. Bond yields. Let's take a look at bond yields now. Let's take a look at gold as well. Bitcoin kind of following markets. Gold rip it up. You know, gold is only about $100 an ounce away from all-time highs as well. Interesting though, Treasury yields decreasing on this Fed decision. Treasury yields coming down, which shows a lower interest rate sentiment. Interesting. Hey, we got 15 minutes left until the FOMC decision, Chad. 15 minutes left. Let's do this.
Allez, il se
Again,
termine
basically,
trop, ça y
Powell
est.
said, I'm going to review it again.
Nick, faut que je
Powell
récupère un
basically
minimum de
said,
profit, frère. Sinon, je vais me faire baiser.
Powell basically said that the labor market was strong and resilient. Inflation was a risk. Sorry. So again, Powell basically said the labor market was strong and resilient. And yeah, I'm going to zoom in here so we can make sure to catch this full press conference. I'll get myself out the way. We'll watch the markets leading into this. Lower. We got the SPY and gold right here on these charts. SPY and gold.
Allez, 2 secondes dans le positif, mec, s'il te plaît.
There we go. Ready for the Fed decision here, guys. Robinhood putting out some news that said they plan to blockchain to trade U.S. assets in Europe. 15 minutes left, chat. 15 minutes left. Let me do this a little bit better here. There we go. We got gold here on the left. We've got
All right, team.
SPY up on the right, or on the top. We're ready. Stick around. The other big news today, again, guys, the big news today, if you want to be honest, is the Federal Reserve not ending QT.
Let's go,
Right? So
personne ne
quantitative
parle,
tightening is a
c'est là
restrictive
ça.
monetary policy. It is a policy in which
Ah,
the
c'est
c'est
Federal
good,
Reserve
ça.
raises its balance sheet, reduces liquidity
Moins
from its
23,
balance
frère. Je
sheet
vais me faire
in order to
baiser, je le
combat
sens.
inflation. The last meeting, I think it was either the last meeting or the weekend before, the Federal Reserve slowed down their QT
Non, s'il te plaît,
by
non,
80%.
s'il te plaît,
They didn't
non.
effectively end it, but they slowed their Treasury quantitative
S'il te plaît,
tightening
non.
by 80%. They reduced the cap on Treasury holdings by 80%. They kept MBS QT, the reduction of MBS securities, the same, which is worse for mortgage rates. A more hawkish
You was
stance for
welcome.
mortgage rates. And so a lot of people today thought that
Ouais,
they would
c'était la
be
fille.
ending QT completely now, which is kind of like a
Wow.
dovish thing, a stimulus thing. Like ending QT is stimulating the economy because it's reducing the liquidity that's getting taken away by the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, if that makes sense. And so a lot of people thought they would end quantitative tightening today, which is, again, a more dovish thing. Instead, if we read this report here, I'm gonna have to make it real small. If we read this report, the committee
Allez, continue de monter. Juste hors de le fermer.
MBS. So they're keeping their MBS reductions QT the same. They're not ending QT at all. They're not reducing MBS QT, mortgage QT. And they're basically saying their dual mandate 2% inflation and strong labor market, maximize employment, and 2% objective. If you hear dual mandate again, it means they want low inflation and strong labor market. Is basically what it means. But I don't have more context on it. Again, China's president Xi says he's looking forward to talking ties in cooperation with President Putin. That's all he said. And then we had the U.S. president say he's unwilling to lower tariffs to China, to get China to the table, basically. So that's all the context I have. That's probably what negatively impacted markets. Again, look at gold here. Gold's coming down.
Oula, le gold. Oula là là là.
Why what? The Fed has bought a massive amount of 10 trillion bonds the past 2 days. I think QT will end when the debt ceiling is increased because someone has to buy those bonds. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, QT will probably end when they start cutting. That makes sense. That's probably true. I don't know. I'm just looking at news releases. Robinhood said to plan blockchain to trade U.S. assets in Europe.
Et enfin, non, ta mère.
And again, we do currently have Treasury yields decreasing here. Treasury yields coming down. Here's Treasury yields. They have decreased from this report. Although they did pop right back up, but Treasury yields currently at 4.26%. And remember, guys, yields and interest rates follow each other. And so if we have lower yields, that typically means lower interest rate sentiment, especially with like mortgages. So interesting how yields are coming down on MBS QT staying the same. I would think people would expect to end QT, especially with the reduction of it last time. But maybe they're going to reduce it by 80%, wait a couple meetings, and then end it, I guess, is their plan. That's what seems to be the most logical plan. So we'll see. Again, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much, chat.
Good job. Ça clique, hein, putain.
We're gonna keep things going here, chat. FOMC meeting going live in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, really.
Je suis en train de péter un câble.
FOMC stream live. Look at the SPY come back. So the SPY dipped initially after this Russia-China news and the president unwilling to lower tariffs. They kind of happened simultaneously. They happened within 3 minutes of each other.
Non mais mon
So
Dieu.
You know, we're trying to figure out which one caused this big market reaction. We don't know yet. But the market's kind of bouncing back. Gold is coming back down a little bit. So you can kind of see how there's inversing here, where gold goes down, market goes up, and vice versa. 9 minutes left. I would say the press conference, King, is more important than the decision. The statement's important, but I would say this press conference is more important than the actual decision, in all honesty. This press conference is going to indicate what the plan is. I think Powell's going to be very data dependent, very flat, very unwilling to give guidance, is what I personally think. But who knows? You never know. It could go the other way. Maybe Powell starts to give guidance. You really don't know, right? But I tend to think Powell's going to be very reluctant to give guidance, very flat, very neutral, very apprehensive to make any bold stance on anything and commit to anything, is what I think. And so I think Powell's going to be very apprehensive to make any commitment to stance or anything like that. So that's what I think. And again, we'll see. We'll see. The decision is now live, and now we got the actual press conference. We got 8 minutes left. 8 minutes. And again, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. We appreciate the love. Thanks so much.
Wow.
Again, and you know, we had a lot of people betting today. I told you guys, man. Like, I'm not sure. Like, they say Einstein's definition of insanity is continuously trying the same thing, expecting a different result. Some people, it's all good. But some people, every single FOMC decision, they bet the most improbable outcome, and then they're shocked when the 99-to-1 option happens, chat. And so I hope you guys can really learn from this. Like, look, if the CME watch tool says there's a 98-to-2 or 99-to-1% likelihood of a Fed decision, you might not want to bet on the 1 or 2%. I'm not saying it's dumb, but it definitely ain't smart. That's all I'm saying. All right? I hope you guys understand. It's all love here. But, like, smarten up. Like, you can watch all these different sources and on the outcome of today. You can watch all these different sources on what the decision is going to be, especially. Now, you never know what Powell's going to say. You don't know if Powell's going to say good, bad things about the economy. You don't know. And I think some of you guys are watching financial media outlets that are just trying to get your attention. And so they're telling you that we're going to cut so that you pay attention to them, right? Sometimes reality is more boring than that. And I hope you guys can see that manipulation. Just understand it's pretty freaking improbable that we're going to do something that's only a 1% chance likelihood by analysts. And especially by the CME watch tool. If you look at the CME watch tool and it tells you there's 99-to-1 or 98-to-2, you better believe that's what's probably going to happen here. You know, again, leading up to this report is 99-to-1. And again, now, just to clarify, this is if you look at it 15 to 30 minutes prior to the decision. It could always fluctuate for a week, you know, a week out, 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out, a month out, because economic data can come out like high inflation making a cut less likely, low inflation making a cut more likely, so forth and so on, right? So we can have economic reports that influence these percentages, but if you look at this the same day, it hasn't been wrong in years and years since I've started covering these FOMC decisions. It just hasn't been wrong, and so I get it. It might be fun to be contrarian, but you also have to understand the probabilities behind stuff like this. Like, you really got to understand the probabilities here. And in this situation, the probabilities were not on the cut side. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, I made a bet with them that they could call me dummy if we cut today for a week straight. And I very confidently made that bet because only somebody that doesn't understand finance is going to make a bet with me on that against me. Powell was heavily criticized by the media in his last speech for commenting too much on government policy as tariffs. As such, he may tread a little bit more carefully. Yeah, I think he's going to be. I think he's going to be really apprehensive to make any big guidance or prediction or, guide towards what they're going to do. I think he's going to be incredibly data dependent, incredibly neutral on things. Almost certainly he's going to be neutral and very sideways. All right, so we're going to turn this music off. I'm going to make sure, I pride myself on having the loudest Powell stream in the book. So we're going to make sure we're super loud right now, waiting for this conference to start. I'm going to mute the background music, and yeah, we should be pretty good here, so bear with me. All right, so we're still waiting for this report. We're going to get a couple different sources to make sure like we're really on it in terms of like reaction time. Make sure we got like the most up-to-date one here, so stick around. Again, hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. If you hit the live button, you can also put it in 2x speed, and he's not going to talk fast as long as you're up to date. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button before it starts. And you can also put it in 2x speed. It's kind of like a cheat to always keep it up to date with the least amount of latency possible. And so again, hit the live button next to the play button. Put it in 2x speed.
Bah d'accord, mec.
Latency here as well, chat. So we're still just kind of sitting here waiting for them to speak. I'm going to refresh this. We're just kind of waiting for them to start. Nothing yet. All right, a minute and a half.
Bon, là, on va rentrer dans la deuxième phase. Bon. Moins 31. Il n'existe pas. On l'a pas vu. Ok. On va voir ce qui va se passer, c'est tout. Bon, là, on va rentrer dans la deuxième phase.
A minute and a half left. We're going to do a countdown as well. Minute and 20. All right, here we go. Ooh, do they have it starting right at the music ending? Again, as soon as it starts, let me know if the sound is good. We should be pretty freaking on point with the sound. All right, still waiting here. Less than a minute, chat. Less than a minute. We got about 50 seconds. 50 seconds. Seconds. 40 seconds. All right, so I'm trying to gauge which one's coming in sooner. All right, so here is 20 seconds, 15 seconds. The timer's a little bit early, so we're going to cut out. Again, 10 seconds, just about 10.
7, 6,
9,
5,
7,
4,
6,
3,
5,
2, 1.
4. Okay.
Ok.
This one's better.
Ok. Ok. Tu tombes ou tu montes? Tu tombes ou tu montes? Tu tombes.
Waiting.
Faudrait que tu tombes, toi.
Here he comes. Purple tie. Purple tie.
Good afternoon.
commence
My
à
colleagues and
parler.
I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer-run objective. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Pardon me. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were likely driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing complicated GDP measurement last quarter. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 3% rate in the first quarter. The same as last year's pace. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 155,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. The tariff increases announced so far have been significantly larger than anticipated. All of these policies are still evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic conditions evolve, we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we'll balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which those respective gaps would be anticipated to close. For the time being, we're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. At this meeting, the committee continued its discussions as part of our 5-year review of our monetary policy framework. We focused on inflation dynamics and the implications for our monetary policy strategy. Our review includes outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week. Throughout this process, we're open to new ideas and critical feedback, and we will take on board lessons of the last 5 years in determining our findings. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. The Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
What?
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. A lot has happened since the last meeting. There's been tariffs put on,
Actually,
tariffs taken off, and
I don't know.
you know there's a bill advancing in Congress. And I just wonder if I could press you on the last part of your statement. Are you any closer now to deciding which side of the mandate is going to need urgent care first?
Well, so as we noted in our statement, post-meeting statement, we've judged that the risks to higher employment and higher inflation have both risen. And this, by the way, of course, is compared to March. So that's what we can say. I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. And also, when they do settle out, what will be the implications for the economy, for growth, and for employment? I think it's too early to know that. So, I mean, ultimately, we think our policy is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounds like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. I think, if you look where we are today. We have an economy that, if you look through, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was last fall. And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're going to be watching the data. The data may move quickly or slowly, but we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's naturally a lot of confusion around 2021 and supply shocks, but there are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down, housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago, labor demand appears to be gradually cooling with wage growth running below 4%. What do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And we'll see. The administration is entering into negotiations with many countries over tariffs. We'll know more with each week and month that goes by about where tariffs are going to land, and we'll know what the effects will be when we start to see those things. So we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
So when you say that you don't need to be in a hurry, does that mean that could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
As I said, we are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. If you talk to businesses or market participants or forecasters, everyone is just waiting to see how developments play out, and then we'll be able to make a better assessment of what the appropriate path for monetary policy is. So we're not in that place, and as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
Mais oh le baiter.
Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut
Regarde de me
rates
faire bête. Moi je pars
preemptively
trop mes
given
couilles.
the
Là c'est bon,
higher
j'ai tout le monde moi aussi.
risks for higher inflation. So given the outlook, do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Well, let me say, I mean, so let's look back and see where we are. So to go through 2024 up to the day, we've had unemployment in the low 4s for more than a year. We've had inflation coming down now in the mid to low 2s. We've had an economy growing at 2.5%. So that is the economy as we see it now. What looks likely, given the scope and scale of the tariffs, is that we will see certainly the risks to higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased. And if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. But we might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals. But we would, at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress. Again, if that's the way the tariffs shake out. The thing is, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, scope, timing, and persistence of the tariffs. So that's that. In terms of preemption, I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But 2019, we did cut 3 times. But the situation was you had a weakening economy and you had inflation at 1.6%. So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running above target. It has been above target for 4 years. It's not so far above target now. And we have an expectation, conditional on what happens, that we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So it makes it, and then we've also got forecasts of weakening in the economy, and some have recession forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response to the data will be until we see more data.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
So first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well, participation, I mentioned, at a good level. So, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We'd look at the level of the unemployment rate. We'd look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or not. And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two things, which is, of course, a difficult balancing judgment that we'd have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned that the committee would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the time it would take to kind of get.
Mais ouais, c'est quoi ces games de fou? Je fais full carry, j'ai rien à faire.
I mean, how much of that assessment will be rooted in forecast versus data dependence?
It would be a combination of the two. I mean, let's just say this would be a complicated and challenging judgment that we would have to make. Yeah, we're not in this situation, but the situation is if the two goals are in tension, so let's say that unemployment is moving up in an uncomfortable way, and so is inflation. Not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would look at how far they are from the goals, how far they're expected to be from the goals, what's the expected time to get back to their goals. We'd look at all those things and make a difficult judgment, and that's in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. We haven't faced that question in a very long time. So again, difficult judgment to make, and not one that we face today, and we may never face it, but we have to keep it in our thinking now.
And
Thank you. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So we had the CPI report that came out that showed month over month the first decrease in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, you said, solid that we saw. At the same time, we have those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
You know, it's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. Is you know, we're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it wouldn't, and we just don't know until we know more about how this is going to settle out and what the economic implications are for employment, for inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path will be.
So following on that, just so then how does President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the Federal Reserve, to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all. So we're always going to do the same thing, which is we're going to use our tools to foster maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the American people. We're always going to consider only the economic data, the outlook, the balance of risks, and that's it. That's all we're going to consider. So it really doesn't affect either our job or the way we do it.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the time. I'm wondering, I mean, given the complexity about the first quarter GDP and what lies ahead, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about the underlying direction of the economy right now. Many of your colleagues have said they feel growth is slowing. If so, do you have any sense of by how much, to what degree the slowdown may be? What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated. The downside risks have increased. The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen. Materialized yet? They really have. They're not in the data yet. So that tells me more than by intuition, because I think it's obvious actually that the right thing for us to do is we're in a good place. Our policy's in a very good place, and the right thing to do is await further clarity. And there's usually things clarify and the appropriate direction becomes clear. That's what usually happens. Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime, the economy is doing fine. Our policy isn't, it's not highly restrictive. It's somewhat restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was in, last summer. So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see and get more clarity about the direction of the economy.
Well, let me press you on this idea of the economy being fine right now, because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of negative stuff, negative sentiment that was in there, and I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now. You mentioned it yourself that the sentiment's sour. But the Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline. Doesn't that point to a slowdown?
It may well. It just hasn't shown up yet. And we all look at all these sentiment and read many individual comments just to get a better feel. Businesses and households very broadly are concerned and postponing economic decisions of various kinds. And yes, if that continues and nothing happens to sort of alleviate those concerns, then you would expect that to begin to show up in economic data. It wouldn't maybe show up overnight, but it would show up over weeks and months. And that may be what happens, but it hasn't happened yet. And also there are things that can happen that will change that narrative. I mean, they haven't happened, but it's possible to imagine things that, but in the meantime, yes, we're watching it extremely carefully like everyone is, but don't see really much evidence of it in the actual economic data yet. And by the way, consumers keep spending, credit card spending. It's, it's still a healthy economy, albeit one that is shrouded in some very downbeat sentiment on the part of people and businesses.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Fed's been criticized recently by a former governor for what he calls mission creep. You take on more problems, use more tools, and then end up building tools to deal with the fallout of those tools, which then makes it a given that you will act more aggressively in the future. Is that a fair critique, and is that something you would be looking at in your framework review?
Sorry, say the critique again.
That the Fed has been involved in mission creep, gets involved in using too many new tools to deal with problems and to go too far. Is that something that the critique was based around the fact that you did QE and QE and QE and went beyond the narrow confines of your mandate?
So, well, I mean, there are a couple. That's not really beyond the confines of our mandate. Look, I would say this: we did things. Essentially, we're on an emergency footing for a couple of years in the pandemic, and it's very fair and very welcome for people to look back over what we did and say, hey, you could have done this better and different. And one thing we hear a lot is we could have explained QE a little better. We did think we were explaining it in real time. I completely accept the thought that we could have explained it better. There's a lot of thinking that we went on too long with QE. I can tell you that the reason we did was we were concerned that we didn't want a sharp tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. And so we did hold on for a long time to QE, and we, of course, tapered and everything. And then we immediately went into QT, and, we're down a couple of trillion. But I get we certainly, with the benefit of hindsight, could have tapered earlier or faster. That's absolutely right. But this is all very welcome. We knew doing this in real time that we weren't going to get it perfect, and those kind of after action kind of looks are essential, and we're doing the same thing in our review. So on some issues.
The other part of that critique is that you've taken on topics that are outside of the mandate, such as climate change and trying to ensure that certain groups are benefited by your economic policies in terms of employment, etc.
So, okay, on climate, you've heard me say over and over again that we will not be climate policymakers, and that our role on climate is a very, very narrow one. And I think that's what we've done. We've done really very little on climate. You can say that little bit that we've done was too much, but I wouldn't want to give any impression that we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time and energy on. We're not. We have very, very narrow things. We did one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis, and that's it. And we dropped out of the network for green financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, and I've said this publicly several times, I think it's a real danger for us to try to take on a mandate like that, which is very narrow application to our work. And the risk is if you go for things that are really not in your mandate, then why are you independent? And I think that's a very fair question. I do think we've done a whole lot less on climate than some people seem to think we did. Anyway, that's what I think.
Should you have taken on the question of bringing unemployment rates down for specific categories?
We didn't do that. What we said was that we never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. What we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people, wanted to hear it that way. But that's not at all what we meant. So that's just not a correct reading of our. But I can see how maybe people found that confusing, and we have to take that into consideration.
Jolene. Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions today. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impact of tariffs are already showing up at the ports businesses big and small are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it, that the challenges are here, and there's no waiting and seeing. For Main Street, what is the breaking point? What would have to happen to prompt a rate cut specifically?
Well, you know, so we really don't see in the data yet big economic effects. We see sentiment, there are concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. So they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about the, you know, a shock from the tariffs, but they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so you know, we're going to be looking at the not just the sentiment data, but also the real economic data as we that's what it is we should do. And remember, there'll be two effects. One of them would be weakening economic activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher inflation. Again, to say it again, the timing, the scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects are very, very uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time. And we're, you know, and by the way, our policy is in a good place, so we think we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. You know, people are not getting laid off at high levels. You know, initial claims for unemployment are not increasing, you know, in any kind of impressive way. So the economy itself is still, you know, in solid shape.
Just a quick follow-up. President Trump now says he does not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that. I've pretty much covered that issue. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. Well, I just wanted to follow up. Earlier, it sounded like you said it was unclear how the Fed, you know, what kind of interest rate decisions you will make later this year. So does that, you know, in March, there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen. You know, 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now, that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events at this point?
You know, we don't do a summary of economic projections at every meeting, as you know. We do it every other meeting, and so this was the meeting when we didn't do it. And you know, we don't also kind of poll people, so I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we had the June meeting, and you'll have another SEP. I'm not going to hazard a guess here today as to what it would be. Again, what I would say is that we think our policy rate is in a good place. We think it leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential developments. That's where we are. And that, depending on the way things play out, that could include rate cuts. You know, it could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see, you know, how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great, and just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one could exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those challenges?
You just captured this is the issue with the 2 goals being in tension. It's a very challenging question. Now, there can be a case in which one goal is very far, one variable is very, very far from its goal, much farther than the other, and if so, you concentrate on that one. And frankly, that was the case. Well, it wasn't a case where they were really in tension, but if you go back to 2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also super tight, so it wasn't really a trade-off. You know, I think you know what our framework document says. It says we'll look at how far each variable is from its goal, and also we'll factor in the time it would take to get there. So, you know, that's going to be potentially a very difficult judgment, but the data could break in a way that it's not. You know, I just don't think we know that. The data could easily favor one or the other, and right now there's no need to make a choice, and no real basis for doing so.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. I wanted to ask, Congress is currently debating spending cuts alongside extending the tax cuts. And I know you've talked many times about how the path of the debt is unsustainable, but given that we're also talking right now about the economy slowing, potentially even recession, I was just wondering, is there a danger that spending cuts now could slow growth a lot more?
You know, we don't give Congress fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to, speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level, on an unsustainable path, not at an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path. And it's on Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path. And it's not up to us to give them advice.
Well, do you think that they should take macroeconomic conditions into account as they look at this?
I think they don't need my advice and our advice on how to do fiscal policy any more than we need their advice on monetary policy.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post. In your Jackson Hole comments last year, you said you would not welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. The unemployment rate then was 4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation. What was happening last year is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point. And it was click, 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 click each month. And everywhere people were talking about downside risks to the labor market. At the same time, payroll job numbers were getting softer and softer. So there was a really obvious concern about downside risks to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole and then in September, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to show that we were there we'd been there for inflation for a couple of years, and we wanted to show also that we're there for the labor market. And it was important that we send that signal. Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment rate have really been moving sideways at a level that is, well in the range of mainstream estimates of maximum employment. So that concern has gotten a lot less. So, you're at 4.2% unemployment. I think we were in a very different situation. Now we have a situation where, the risks to higher inflation and higher unemployment have both gone up, as we noted in our statement. And we've got to monitor both of those. We actually have a potential situation where there may be a trade-off or tension between the two. Potentially. We don't have it yet, and we may not have it, but that's what we have, and that's why I think it's a very different situation.
I guess I want to follow up by asking how much of a rise in the jobless rate you could tolerate.
Yeah, I can't give you I'm not going to try to give you a specific number. I'll just say we have to now be looking at both variables and which of them is demanding. If one of them is demanding our focus more than the other, that would tell us what to do with policy. If they're more or less, equally distant and equally or not distant, then we don't have to make that assessment. The assessment is you wait. So I'm not going to try to be really specific about what we need to see in terms of a number. But if we did see significant deterioration in the labor market, of course that's one of our two variables, and we would look to be able to support that. You'd hope that it wasn't also coming at a time when inflation was getting very bad. And again, we're speculating here. We don't know this. We don't know any of these things. It's very hypothetical. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. In terms of getting some clarity, we've got some talks at the weekend in Geneva between the US and China. A lot of economists are attaching an awful lot of importance to what we hear from those talks. How much importance are you attaching to them in terms of judging what will happen to the US economy going forward? And just in a similar vein, some economists are saying it's days, not weeks, that we have until we start to put the US economy at risk of seeing the sort of pandemic-era shortages and higher prices if we don't kind of soothe relations between the US and China. So it'd be good to have your view on that too.
So, these are not talks that we're in any way involved in, so I really can't comment directly on them. So, but what I will say is this, we had, coming out of the March meeting, the public generally had an assessment of where tariffs were going, and then April 2 happened, and it was really substantially larger than anticipated in the forecasts that I had seen and in our forecasts. So, and now we have we're in a new phase where it seems to be we're entering a new phase where the administration is entering into beginning talks with a number of our important trading partners, and that has the potential to change the picture materially or not. And so I think it's going to be very important how that shakes out. But we simply have to wait and see how it works out. It certainly could change the picture, and we're mindful of not trying to make conclusive judgments about what will happen at a time when the facts are changing.
Just on the fall in shipping volumes from China over these tensions, I mean, do you share that concern that we could start seeing goods shortages and higher prices in the coming weeks if this isn't resolved very quickly?
I don't want to get we shouldn't be involved even verbally in the questions about the timing of these things. Yes, of course we follow all that data. We see the shipping data, we see all that, but ultimately this is for the administration to do. This is, this is their mandate, not ours. And I know as you can see, they're again beginning to have talks with many nations, and that has the potential to change the picture materially. So we'll just have to wait and see.
Kosuke Takami with Nikkei. Thank you for doing this. The volume of imported goods increased significantly in the first quarter. Do you think that this situation could cause a delay in the impact of tariff on inflation? And does this mean that it will take longer time to reduce uncertainty?
The decision we made today? Which decision?
So the future decisions. So the volume of the imported goods has increased significantly. So the impact on the imported inflation may delay. So what is the impact to your future decision?
Okay, so I mean, I think we think that there was a big spike in imports, right? Very big, historically large, really, and to beat tariffs. And now that should actually reverse, so that it's the difference between it's exports minus imports. So and imports were huge, and so that it conveyed a very negative contribution to U.S. GDP, annualized GDP in the first quarter, as we all know. So that could, in the second quarter, be reversed, so that we have an unusually large contribution to unusually positive. That's very likely as imports drop sharply. You could also have, very likely you'll have restatements of the first quarter. It'll turn out that consumer spending was higher. It'll turn out that inventories were higher, and so you'll see those data revised up. It may actually go into the third quarter too, and so I think this whole process is going to a little bit make it harder to make a clean assessment of U.S. demand. I mentioned private domestic final purchases, which doesn't have inventories, government, or inventories, government. Anyway, it's a cleaner read on private demand, but that too probably was flattered a little bit by strong demand for imports to beat tariffs. So that might overstate. It's a really good reading, 3% PDFP in the first quarter. That might actually overstate. So it's not really I don't think it's going to affect our decisions. I will just say, though, that it's a little confusing, and it's probably less confusing to us than it would be to the general public as we try to explain this. It's complicated, and GDP is sending a signal, PDFP is sending a signal. It's a little bit confusing, but I think we understand what's going on. It's not really going to change things for us.
Courtney Brown from Axios. I guess, we talked about some of the indications of potential layoffs, price hikes,
an economic slowdown, all being evident in the soft data. I'm curious why the Fed needs to wait for that to translate into hard data to, make any type of monetary policy decision, especially if the hard data is not as timely or might be warped by tariff-related effects. Are you worried that the soft data might be some sort of false warning?
No, I mean, look at the state of the economies. The labor market is solid, inflation is low. We can afford to be patient as things unfold. There's no real cost to our waiting at this point. Also, the sense of it is, we're not sure what the right thing will be. There should be some increase in inflation. There should be some increase in unemployment. Those call for different responses. And so until we know, potentially call for different responses. And so, until we know more, we have the ability to wait and see. And it seems to be a pretty clear decision. Everyone on the committee supported waiting. And so that's why we're waiting.
Just a very quick follow-up. There was this sort of vibe session, if you will, where the sentiments expressed in soft data did not translate into the hard economic data. How are you thinking about that when interpreting some of the signs in the softer survey data?
I think going back a number of years, the link between sentiment data and consumer spending has been weak. It's not been a strong link at all. On the other hand, we haven't had a move of this, speed and size. So it wouldn't be the case that we're looking at this and just completely dismissing it. But it's another reason to wait and see. You're right, though. We had a couple of years during the pandemic where people were saying just very downbeat surveys and going out and spending money. So that can happen, and that may happen to some degree here. We just don't know. This is an outsized change in sentiment, though, and so none of us is looking at this and saying that we're sure one way or the other. We're not.
Matt.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. So you mentioned earlier that you're monitoring the shipping data, and we have seen in the shipping data that imports from China into the Port of Los Angeles have plunged, and that has raised concerns about potential shortages. What tools, if any, does the Fed have to ensure that prices and inflation expectations don't get out of hand if tariffs do cause significant supply chain disruptions?
I mean, we don't have, the kind of tools that are good at dealing with supply chain problems. We don't have that at all. That's a job for the administration and for the private sector more than anything. What we can do with our interest rate tool is we can be more or less supportive of demand, and that'd be a very inefficient way to try to fix supply chain problems. But we don't see the inflation yet. We're of course reading the same stories and watching the same data as everybody else, and right now we see inflation kind of moving sideways at a fairly low level.
If I could follow up on that, President Trump has indicated that he will likely name a replacement for you when your term as chair expires next year. But your position on the board runs through January 2028, I believe. Would you consider remaining on the Fed board even if you're no longer chair?
So I don't have anything for you on that. My whole focus is on, and my colleagues' focus is all on, trying to navigate this tricky passage we're in right now, trying to make the right decisions. We want to make the best decisions for the people that we serve. That's what we think about day and night, and this is a challenging situation, and that's 100% of our focus right now.
Let's go to Jennifer for the last question. Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Public records of your schedule so far this year show no meetings with President Trump. Past presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have all met with Fed chairs, and you met with Trump during his first term. Why haven't you asked for a meeting yet with the president?
I've never asked for a meeting with any president, and I never will. It's not. I wouldn't do that. There's never a reason for me to ask for a meeting. It's always been the other way.
So would you want to meet with him if given the opportunity to get more information?
It's never an initiative that I take. It's always an initiative. I don't think it's up to a Fed chair to seek a meeting with the president, although maybe some have done so. I've never done so, and can't imagine myself doing that. I think it's always comes the other way. A president wants to meet with you, but that hasn't happened.
And if I could just ask one question on monetary policy. When it is time to cut rates, how will you determine how far down rates will have to come to try to keep a balance on the inflation mandate as employment weakens?
I think once you have a direction, a clear direction, you can make a judgment about how fast to move and that kind of thing. So it's really the harder question is the timing, I think, and when will that become clear? And fortunately, as I mentioned, we have our policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place, and it's really appropriate, we think, for us to be patient and wait for things to unfold as we get more clarity about what we should do. Thanks very much.
All right, guys, so that is the end of today's FOMC. The SPY is basically right where it was as the press conference started, honestly. We did the pause decision, and I'm just going to say it's pretty predictable here. I told people leading up to this report, Powell's going to be data dependent. He's going to be apprehensive to give guidance. Pretty predictable, I think, and that's exactly what he was. Let me know right now. We did a poll recently. Are you optimistic after today's FOMC meeting? Let me know. Let me know if you're optimistic after today's FOMC meeting. Before you guys go, we day trade live every single morning right here on YouTube. We don't sell a course. We don't sell a service. We don't claim to be experts. So hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. You can check out one of our sponsors. And honestly, we're having a pretty good day. Total, we're up a couple $100 today. Trading these ranges. Look at these ranges in the futures market. Let me zoom out a little bit. Look at these ranges. We are trading on what's called Top Steps Funded Account Program. If you want to learn to day trade, which can be very profitable, it can really be a skill you have for the rest of your life. If you want to learn to day trade, do not risk your own money trying to day trade stocks or, futures. It just makes no sense to. Instead, try a funded account program. Top Step is one of the most legit in the world. And it's just a beautiful way to learn when most day traders lose money. And so Top Step gives you a 50K demo. They test your skill with it. If you pass the test, they fund you 50K up to 150K, depending on which package you choose, with a 90% split. And they've paid out hundreds of millions of dollars to their traders. If you fail, the base one's $50. And learning how to trade with some risk, but not the fullest extent of potentially losing thousands and thousands of dollars funding your own account, is a huge edge when you're learning how to day trade. Almost all day traders lose their first year. You can try this out, and if you do lose, which is pretty probable regardless of where you go, it's going to be most of the time a lot less than you would funding your own account 5, 10, 20, 30 grand and losing that. In the futures market, you can day trade the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow, the Russell, gold, some currencies. Patterns are incredibly similar to day trading patterns that you would get day trading stocks. No PDT rule, and it just makes sense to learn this way. Similar reward to funding your own account as well. You get to keep 90% once you're funded, and then before that split kicks in, you get to keep your first 10K. Very similar to funding your own account. The risk is much less most of the time, with $50 a month for the base one. And again, the futures market has better liquidity. It's actually where most pro day traders go, is the futures market. Top Step's one of the most legit one in the world. If you use my link and go to Top Step X, you get 0 commissions and tiny amount of fees per trade. 0 commissions, tiny amount of fees per trade. I'll put the link up right there. I'll pin this to the top of the chat, and we'll see if we can get some trades in here. I kind of want to buy this dip, but I really don't know what the market's going to do. Really data dependent. We'll see. I'll show you guys what day trading futures is like. So we're up here. We got the top of this range. We're above the 200 EMA. I'm worried we're going to start slumping down, but you know what? We'll try to buy this down here. All right, we got one contract in. There we go. Nice. We might add to this. We got a small gain on this trade. We'll see if we continue. And again, you can kind of see how it is. We'll buy down to 850 right here. If it breaks under 850, we'll cut it. All right, we're going to go and buy that there. See if we bounce it off of 850s. We're flat right now. Let's see if we get that 850 bounce. Again, this is very similar to day trading stocks. Like, it took me a long time to go to futures, but I should have gone a long time ago. When I first got started, I lost like 4,000 or 5,000 in the beginning. And again, if you want to check out the link, here's the link right here. Great way to help support the channel. We'll let the 200 exponential play out. I understand all this stuff on screen. I'm not an investment professional, not liable if you lose money. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. I'm top 3 most biased trader of all time ever in the world. Understand all this stuff on screen. We're kind of flat on this position here. Let's see if we can buy more. We got a little pop back up. Let's get a little bit more. All right, we'll take half off right there, and then we might have lost a little bit. We'll actually add back into this. We're starting to break down. I want to see if we bounce and retrace off of this level. We're right at the 200 EMA. A lot of the time we bounce at the 200 EMA, so I got a little time. Let's see if the retracement up continues. Flat so far on the trade. So how you guys doing today? You guys red or green today? Red or green? That's better. All right, we cut half of that, lock that in. We're going to go to get out right there. So we just made 20, 30 bucks from that trade. Very small, but you can see how similar it is to day trading stocks. We'll see if we get another dip buy. I'll buy a dip again. I need to take a little bit larger size here. But again, you guys red or green today? Somebody said green. Y'all want some music? I got you. Hold on. All right, we're getting that dip again. All right, we're going to buy this right here. See if we get another little pop back up. I got a good enough cushion on the day where it doesn't matter too much. I got to lower the volume of this though because we had PAL turn up.
Ce à quoi tu vas avoir accès et surtout comment profiter de tout ça gratuitement. Dans le groupe privé, tu recevras chaque jour des analyses, des opportunités de trade, principalement sur l'or et le bitcoin, avec un point d'entrée très précis, une limite de perte et des objectifs. Toutes les alertes qu'on partage ont un ratio risque-rendement vraiment incroyable. Tu n'as qu'à copier-coller et pour faire simple, quand on gagne beaucoup et quand on perd très peu. Petit exemple, quand tu risques 20 euros, tu peux gagner 80 euros, etc., etc. C'est bien sûr selon le risque que tu prends par trade.
Really struggling to hold over this level like a 200 exponential, so I'll give it one more second. We're completely flat. We're great on the trade right now. But if it breaks 2 down underneath it, we'll get out for a small win.
Ça permettra d'augmenter tes gains et surtout de vraiment comprendre ce que tu fais. Et bien sûr, par la suite, tu pourras aussi prendre tes trades tout seul. Tu seras aussi accompagné par un coach dispo 7 jours sur 7 pour poser toutes les questions que tu veux et quand tu veux. Donc comme tu le sais, l'accès est totalement gratuit.
Y'all gotta pay more for John's. This voice of an angel right here, bro. Y'all gonna have to pay more for that. Again, Pal's done. Again, hawkish tone for Pal, basically. Really hawkish tone, in my opinion. All right, so now we're breaking underneath these levels. We will pivot to a short-based strategy, too. So let's see if we can pivot back up. And we will short this. Right, so we jumped in short at the 200 EMA. As long as we don't get, like, a huge retracement, we should be all right. That's a big retracement. Let's see if we can add one to this here. We got 2 contracts. There we go. There we go. I took another piece off there. Hey. Not a bad little breakdown. I'm going to add to this here since we're already so green. We're starting to turn deep too. We'll take that off. Close to the bottom. Hey. All right, we'll add a little bit more to this. We'll add a little piece to this too if we bounce back up. There we go. Come on. All right, we took half off. We got 1 contract left. Very small. We're up 250 or so on the day. And we're out. Beautiful short here, attacking this breakdown. Once we started breaking under 835s, that's the level we want to attack. And so again, at this point today, what are we up right now? We are about $300 today. A lovely day. We'll take it. Again, if you want to watch me trade live every weekday morning, I'm the top 3 worst trader ever in the world right now. Definitely top 3 worst ever. But if you want to watch the worst ever trade, subscribe, hit the notification bell, hit the live button. Let's see if we bounce here at 8. I got a level at 8. I almost want to buy it. But look, there's the 8 test. Bounced right there. Definitely top 3 singers ever. So what you guys doing for the rest of the day? We got some earnings. Do we have any earnings after the closing bell today? Let me see. What do we got? All right, look, now we're under 8s. Look at this. We got Carvana, App Lovin', ARM, AMC all after the close. I'm not really going to cover this. It's not really my style. And then you can give me a follow at Beginner Trades on x.com. If you haven't followed me there, give me a follow at Beginner Trades. We cover all this breaking news stuff here, as we do. Here's the link if you want to check it out. Really, it's x.com. Give your boy a follow. Look at the NASDAQ turning here, chat. Here's the at Beginner Trades. White House CEA Chair Marin says the U.S. has the leverage in the China dealings. Look at the NASDAQ turning here on the downside. Definitely red. Yeah, I'm just going to wait.
Oh.
I did a poll here. I asked people, are you optimistic after today's FOMC meeting? We got about 700 votes. 55% say no. 45% say yes. I guess that's not like a big shock. Man, this is like, what kind of music is this right here? I was kind of digging it for a second. I still don't know what kind of music I'm on. Did we get a bunch of subs today? We did. Hey, appreciate the love, guys. Thanks so much. We got jobless claims, unemployment filings next week. Jobless claims, unemployment next week. Be ready. Or no, tomorrow. I mean, we got jobless claims, unemployment tomorrow. That was fun watching Powell. All right, I'm going to cut out of here, guys, but again, if you want to check out Top Step, great way to help support the channel. Most day traders lose. We're up hundreds on the day right now trading futures. I'm trading the QQQ price action in futures. No PDT rule. Just a beautiful way to learn when most day traders lose money. It's just a good way. Like, most day traders lose, and that's probably the same here. Most day traders are going to lose. But frankly, it's a lot cheaper to lose and learn on here than it is to fund your own account 5, 10, 20, 30 grand and lose that. Like, this is objectively true in my opinion. Opinion is kind of not objective, but objectively true in most people's minds. It's going to be a lot cheaper to lose there versus funding your own account thousands of dollars. And again, they give you a 50K demo. That teaches you how to trade better. You learn how to follow rules in a structured environment. And if you fail, it's not the end of the world versus funding your own account thousands of dollars and probably losing it. So again, if you want to check them out, again, they give you a 50K demo. You got to make 3K in profit on that demo without losing 2K. First, following their rules and conditions, if you can do that successfully, they fund you 50K, 90% split. You get to keep your first 10K in profit. If you fail, you're up $50 for the base one, $100 for the middle one, $150 for the top one. It teaches you how to trade better, and their new dashboard's really nice. Very similar to day trading stocks too. All right, so I'm gonna get my stream for tomorrow ready. Tomorrow we got jobless claims, unemployment filings, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. So we got some breakdowns here. All right, so let's see if we hold under $800. Yeah, so we got weekly unemployment reading tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right, guys, I'm going to cut out of here. Hey, I love you all. Y'all have a great day. Be safe in the market, guys. Again, if you want to check out Top Step, I'll put the link up one more time if you want to check them out. There's the link right there. You can also see it pinned at the top of the page as well as in the chat. Thanks for all you do for us. In all seriousness, bro, you're the realest. Hey, thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. We try to cover free market news and free data. Feels good, man. Feels good. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much. Y'all have a great day. Hey, be safe in markets tomorrow, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Be ready. Love to all you guys. Appreciate the love. And have a great day.
tu penses pour mes négros? Derrière nuage de fumée, roule un vin, je roule un bédo. C'est qu'on a déjà entendu le bruit des flingues dans mon ghetto. Tu connais mon camp, nous on carotte et on deal. Préviens toute la bande, on va baroter en ville. Tu crois que nous amants, qu'on prévient nous si Ali. Et machinalement, que des gamos c'est du lit. Je bosse comme un boss, car je marche comme un tech. La piaf dans mon cœur, et de la fumée dans mon bled. J'ai assemblé toutes les lobes et retourné tout le club. Tu connais mon nickname, tu connais mon dust. Rajoute du son sur la mélo, fais monter les subs. La piaf m'a dit hello, all I want is fuck. Je crois qu'elle va finir au délo, c'est sur ma tête. Tout est mis sous cello, je mène la vie d'un top. Hey, je te donne même pas l'heure, c'est mes types qui repassent. Si t'arrives après l'heure, pour le faire y'a plus de place. Gamos fumant, y'a le bac, tu le payes si tu le casses. Je suis défoncé sous Jack, dans un fer rempli de tasses. Barodé en ville, à la recherche de Yébi. Si les trophées s'empilent, c'est un homme mort que je les dédie. Je suis frais, je fais pas la fille, mamie, Rainbow, je tombe à lit. C'est carré, faut que tu danses. Dans le club, y'a que des OG. Dans le club, il faut que tu penses pour mes négros. Sur le corner avant l'heure, il faut que tu penses pour mes négros. Derrière nuage de fumée, roule un vin, je roule un bédo. C'est qu'on a déjà entendu le bruit des flingues dans mon ghetto. Tu connais mon boss car je marche comme un tech. De la piaf dans mon cup et de la fumée dans mon blend. J'ai assemblé toutes les lobes et retourné tout le club. Tu connais mon nickname, tu connais mon dust. Rajoute des sons sur la mélo, fais monter les subs. La piaf m'a dit hello, all I want is fuck. Je crois qu'elle va finir au délo, vissée sur ma tub. Tout est mis sous cello, je mène la vie d'un top.
C'est 64 présente à la French.
À la French, c'est quoi?
C'est quoi? C'est une bière française.
Mais pas que. C'est cette terrasse ensoleillée.
Ce bar de quartier.
Et c'est cette table ronde.
Parfois carrée.
Avec son pied un peu bancal. À la French.
C'est aussi cette serveuse qui zigzague entre les tables.
Ce barman qui sait servir la 1664 comme personne.
Ces gouttes de fraîcheur.
Qui coulent le long du verre. Bref, c'est ça.
L'esprit à la French.
1664.
À la French. Pour votre santé, attention à l'abus d'alcool.
Malheureusement, je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. Plaire aux autres, ça fait longtemps j'ai abandonné. Le ciel m'en est témoin, j'ai tant donné. Pour eux, je suis qu'un artiste, la pandémie. On m'a toujours dit respecte les aînés, mais je fais comment quand les aînés c'est des haineux. Je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. Dans la street, pour toute personne m'a pas aimé. SDM sur moi 8. Je suis tout en haut, je suis dans la suite. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. SDM sur moi 8. Je te dis que je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Après les autres, je ne suis qu'un mec. À écouter mes profs. Poto, la vie d'SDM, c'était pas ça. À écouter mes profs, j'allais finir par terre en manque de ma PSA. Mais le rêve s'est arrêté, maintenant je fais des ronds, chaque leur salaire dans de la pesage, je les baisse. Monde aux autres faire, tu le saches, les fakes. Devant l'OPJ que j'ai nié les faits. J'ai dit au ciel tout ce que je veux. L'as de billets, je voulais toucher. C'est où le bonheur, moi-même à pied, j'y vais. Bonheur, richesse, je veux tout. Je me suis couché tard, levé. Au chien de la cage, je suis intraitable, j'ai le veto. Quand je laisse pas de traces sur le métal. Moto, t'en trouves pas quand tu dois d'être. Des fois, je suis grave indécis. J'avais pas tal dans la nuit, c'est le chétan qui m'a amené dans ça. J'ai grave avancé, à la rue, je suis grave attaché. Maintenant, c'est moi le grand qui influence les jeunes à bosser. Malheureusement, je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. Plaire aux autres, ça fait longtemps j'ai abandonné. Le ciel m'en est témoin, j'ai tant donné. Pour eux, je suis qu'un artiste, la pandémie. On m'a toujours dit respecte les aînés, mais je fais comment quand les aînés c'est des haineux. Les baisses, je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. Dans la street, pour toute personne m'a pas aimé. SDM sur moi 8. Je suis tout en haut, je suis dans la suite. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. SDM sur moi 8. Je te dis que je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Après les autres, je ne suis qu'un hit. Dans la soudade. Tout seul, je me suis fait avec mes gars dans la ciudad. Maintenant ça va, je veux plus de la vie d'avant. Et des fois, je pense à la mort, je pense à mon feat avec Biggie Tupac. Parano, je vois des ennemis tout part. J'ai plus à regretter quand le coup part. La détente, on charbonnait quand on s'est les quand type on avait déjà la mentale ailée. C'est pas la prison qui va nous arrêter, c'est la mort ou la femme qui m'a allé. Allez, je suis un mec du parking, mec de l'allée. Je fais du mal pour mon but, je le fais à l'aise. Mais quand j'y réponds, je suis mal à l'aise. Des fois, je suis grave indécis. J'avais pas tal dans la nuit, c'est le chétan qui m'a amené danser. J'ai grave avancé, à la rue, je suis grave attaché. Maintenant, c'est
partir avec la prise de balle.
Malheureusement, je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. L'air aux autres, ça fait longtemps j'ai abandonné. Le ciel m'en est témoin, j'ai tant donné. Pour eux, je suis qu'un artiste de la pandémie. On m'a toujours dit respecte les aînés, mais je fais comment quand les aînés c'est des aînés. Je les baisse, je sais pas faire semblant d'aimer. Dans la street, pourtant personne m'a pas aidé. SDM 108, je suis tout en haut, je suis dans la suite. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. SDM 108, je t'ai dit que je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Je peux tout expliquer sur un hit. Après les autres, je ne suis qu'un hit.
T'en as déjà trop dit. Je me suis réveillé, je dois faire part de billets, je vais plus trop papoter. Je continue de prier pour quitter le pire, j'ai Dieu à mes côtés. Permettre comment t'es malade, mais toi qui t'as bipé. Fais le malin, j'ai tati-tatité. Tes mots sont sans utilité. Fais le malin, j'ai tati-tatité. Tes mots sont sans utilité. Je dois trouver mes diamonds.
Je sais plus combien de vrais amis sont restés vrais quand il y avait des problèmes. Aujourd'hui je me sens très bien, j'ai pas le temps de cultiver de la haine. Je me regarde dans le miroir et j'apprécie la beauté qui vient du ciel. Personne n'est parfait, j'ai commis des péchés, aujourd'hui je préfère rester seul like wow. Yeah, hey, hors de ma vue, hey. Argent, buzz, bitch, hors de ma vue, hey. Dream, quoi, hors de ma vue, hey. Damn, négatif hors de ma vue. Je rajoute de l'eau dans mon vin, quand face à vous faut garder l'image du saint. Même si vous êtes plus de vin, j'assumerai toutes les conséquences de mes craintes. J'écris les lumières éteintes, ça n'empêche pas aux voisins de porter plainte. Y'a que les défauts que la société pointe, j'essaie de m'en sortir comme dans le labyrinthe. J'avance habillé d'un poncho, j'écoute Don Chala qui me donne chaud. Ma musique c'est de la hot sauce, prends grosse dose, devient autre chose. Pull up ma voix dans ton auto, encore un autre gars qui vient du Congo. Je fais tout seul comme le gonzo, j'apprends le conga noir dans le dojo. Aujourd'hui à Bruxelles, demain à London, en passant par Sydney et Compton. Pour pas ressembler à mon père, toutes mes poches sont bien remplies de ses condoms. Cette fille m'a dit que j'étais un bel homme, en fait ma tête ressemble à grosse somme. Je réponds pas et je vois qu'elle s'étonne, c'est ma manière de protéger le kingdom. Yeah. Je sais plus combien de vrais amis sont restés vrais quand il y avait des problèmes. Aujourd'hui je me sens très bien, j'ai pas le temps de cultiver de la haine. Je me regarde dans le miroir et j'apprécie la beauté qui vient du ciel. Personne n'est parfait, j'ai commis des péchés, aujourd'hui je préfère rester seul like wow. Yeah, hey, hors de ma vue, hey. Argent, buzz, bitch, hors de ma vue, hey. labyrinthe, j'essaie de m'en sortir comme dans le labyrinthe. Attends. J'ai fait des tubes en étant ghost. Attends. J'essaye de reconnaître mes fautes. Attends. Pourquoi vouloir être comme les autres? Attends. Je prends le recul puis je saute. Pourquoi? Pour plus jamais revenir. Tout le monde le court une fois qu'il y a les tirs. Tout le monde est perdu me font comment dire. Je sais pas où je serai les années à venir. Sur mon dos j'ai le point d'un menhir. Transparent et emballé par du cuir. Tout le monde est perdu me font comment dire. Je sais pas où je serai les années à venir. Attends. J'embrasse ta politesse, balade ta gentillesse. Écoute, tu cherches à rester droit. Remplace ton démon par une chaise. Attrape ton ego par la laisse. Regarde son visage plein de stress, bitch. Faut pas te laisser faire comme tomber dans la 16. Yeah. Je sais plus combien de vrais amis sont restés vrais quand il y avait des problèmes. Aujourd'hui je me sens très bien, j'ai pas le temps de cultiver de la haine. Je me regarde dans le miroir et j'apprécie la beauté qui vient du ciel. Personne n'est parfait, j'ai commis des péchés. Aujourd'hui je préfère rester seul. Yeah, hey, hors de ma vue. Hey. Argent, buzz, bitch, hors de ma vue. Hey. Drink, quoi, hors de ma vue. Hey. Damn, négatif, hors de ma vue. Personne n'est parfait, j'ai commis des péchés. Aujourd'hui, je préfère rester seul.
Chez Absolute, on ne colle des étiquettes que sur nos bouteilles. Absolute Vodka réinvente ainsi les cocktails, avec pour seul impératif l'équilibre. Le Bloody Mary, chez nous, il devient Bloody Mario. Avec du jus de concombre, de grenade, des zestes d'agrumes et de l'Absolute Vodka évidemment. Distillé exclusivement à Aarhus en Suède à partir d'ingrédients d'origine naturelle. Absolute, né pour être mélangé en cocktail. Absolute, born to mix. Cliquez sur la bannière pour en savoir plus. Pour votre santé, attention à l'abus d'alcool.
Elle me demande mon âme, elle me fait laquelle. Réellement, j'ai pas tant pas vu ma chaîne. T'es sur la mer, mais faut du wadi. Toucher ma tête, elle veut toucher mes vanilles. Tout pour l'équipe, que c'est ma chair. Que des gouttes, c'est quoi, t'as pas vu la chair. Tout mon équipe, j'ai fait que donner. J'fais le beurre, manger la chair de la chair. J'ai pas de mal à ouette, pas de mal à bécou. J'monte sur la bête, avant après, veulent des montagnes de thunes, savent pas quoi faire avec. L'impression que c'est trop de ballons, trop garder Pablo. Le quartier c'est pas beau, mais les romains après mes tables, multiplication. J'aime quand c'est rentable, table. Quand je vois ma tête sur le top, je trouve ça fabuleux. Partir comme Sésame, mais je suis pas César. J'ai pris mes premiers 15 à 16 ans. J'ai bossé pute, gosse, blédard. Depuis 2015, j'suis en pétard. J'ai cassé des deux bords pour pétales de rose. Montagne de rose, faut des pétales de rose. Pour le papier, j'ai pétard, j'ai pébarde de ouf. Putain, je suis pété, j'ai pédave de ouf. Pédave de ouf. On fait laquelle? J'fais un manque, j'ai pas vu la chaîne. Sur la mer, il faut du wari. Toucher ma tête, elle fait toucher mes levis. Pour l'équipe, c'est ma chair. Que des côtes, c'est quoi, t'as pas vu la chair. Tout mon liquide, j'ai fait que donner. J'fais le beurre, manger la chair de la chair. Baby, faut du Saint Laurent LV. J'donne tout pour ma babe. J'suis en Kaira comme ma DHL. J'serais jamais impressionné par ton petit BBR. J'veux du gros. En scellé, j'ai mis la collab dessus, pas même bro. Il m'appelle my broski. L'enfilé, t'es loin d'être mon sanguin. Dans un loft placard de Paris. C'est à une amie, c'est pas un BNB. J'suis avec Big Max en direct du SO. Ça discute du bilan, ça discute du topo. Mon dressing, grosse en beau galerie. Haussmann aux Champs-Élysées. J'suis en galerie, Dep en Miami. J'ai arrêté de leur donner mon calme. C'est only mes blood, genre only. Elle me demande mon name, elle me fait laquelle. J'fais un manque, j'ai pas que t'as pas vu ma chaîne. J'suis sur la mer, mais faut du wari. Toucher mon poignet, veut toucher ma wari. Pour l'équipe, c'est ma chair. C'est des gouttes, c'est quoi, t'as pas vu la chair. Tout mon liquide, j'ai fait que donner. J'fais le beurre, manger la chair. Dès que j'ai la vu le gang, il parlait un peu, j'suis monté chez sa mère. Un coup de fil, tu disparais comme mon père. J'attends toujours l'appel du notaire. J'level up d'un projet, j'level up. Dans l'enveloppe, j'enlève une liasse de 10 000. J'aime quand le trafic il se développe. On peut pull up même si t'atteins 40 piges. Est-ce que tu penses quand j'suis jamais entre? On a des flingues et des planques. On prend tes affaires, on les rempart. J'suis sur la plate. Les fumées ça me tend. J'ai bâti mon empire sous les remparts. Les mauvais réflexes m'ont fait dormir au poste. On prenait des clichés, on survêt la cosse. Détaillé des guichets, détaillé des. Maintenant que j'suis ice, elle veut guetter ma poche. Hanche.
Qui vit dans la mer et vend de la drogue. Qui compte bien y faire carrière. il faut la blé. Qui n'a pas peur des gros poissons. Bob l'éponge carré, Bob l'éponge carré, Bob l'éponge carré. Carré comme Bob, c'est carré comme Bob. J'envoie un freestyle et c'est cali comme Dab. Bikini Bottom c'est la capitale. Patrick en attaque et il capitule. C'est carré comme Bob, c'est carré comme Bob. J'envoie un freestyle et c'est cali comme Dab. Bikini Bottom c'est la capitale. Patrick en attaque et il capitule. Je vais pas nager dans le grand bain si t'as pas pied. Sinon tu finis comme Hollandais. On compte le papier comme Monsieur Krabs. Au crapaud postillant y'a que des cracks. Yankee veut son pâté. Passe par Carlos pour le dîner. Yankee veut son pâté. Passe par Carlos pour le dîner. Cache la recette, vas-y planque tout. On fuck les hops comme plancton. Je suis dans ma bulle comme Sandy. Je parle pas trop mais j'agis. La con c'est bonne et magique. Elle te rend lent comme Gary. C'est carré comme Bob. C'est carré comme Bob. Bikini Bottom, la capitale du crime. Un faux pas et on te crame. Y'a pas de super-héros, pas de Bernard. Smart comme Karen, on peut pas me berner. Stock comme Larry, toutes les perles veulent me marier. Mais je suis un pirate comme Pachi. Empathique, je traîne qu'avec mon perroquet Pachi. C'est carré, j'envoie les pattes et je suis boosté. Là c'est le H, le E et le M. Je maîtrise mon art comme Carlo, je les envoyais, je m'en balais quand même. Je m'en balais quand même, toujours plus de monnaie comme Craps. Je suis dans les crashs, je ramasse. Faut lâcher la grappe si t'es un ancien comme Bug. C'est carré comme Bob, c'est carré comme Bob. J'envoie un freestyle et c'est cali comme Dab. Bikini Bottom c'est la capitale. Patrick en attaque et il capitule. C'est carré comme Bob, c'est carré comme Bob. J'envoie un freestyle et c'est cali comme Dab. Bikini Bottom c'est la capitale. Patrick en attaque et il capitule.
Pour moi, c'est mort. J'ai plus d'amour.
XM, where you at?
Pour moi, c'est mort. J'ai plus d'amour. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi, mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments, mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi, mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments, mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle marcelle au bigot, mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule, mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir. Elle marcelle au bigot, mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule, mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir. Elle a faut tout bâtir, moi j'ai grave le barreau quand la monnaie m'appelle. Ses potes c'est la pluie, moi je mets elle bombe avec moi parce que pour son café je lui dis qu'elle est belle. Je disais que j'allais tout niquer, il me croyait pas. L'entourage est solide, moi je suis bien préparé. Maintenant j'ai des frérots que moi je connais pas. 30 en 2 jours, moi j'ai gagné mon pari. Maman c'est pas ce qui se passe dans ma tête et dans ma vie. Moi je lui dis que je pense au cheveux casse à l'inquiète que je rentre pas le soir. Maman c'est pas ce qui se passe dans ma tête et dans ma vie. Moi je lui dis que je pense au cheveux casse à l'inquiète que je rentre pas le soir. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle marcelle au bigot mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir. Elle marcelle au bigot mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir. Impossible de me séparer de la musique, non pour moi c'est mort. Des nuits au studio, je fais un album en une semaine. Elle me demande pourquoi je lui réponds plus, pourquoi d'un coup je fais le mort. Baby je nique la concu, ils sont tous sous mes semelles. Les vicieux me feront des caprices, mes frères auront capté quand je leur dirai que je pourrais pas. Je connais v'là les impliqués, les complices. Quand ils m'interrogent, bien sûr que moi je ne les connais pas. Tous les jours moi je me dis que je peux partir. C'est pour ça que dès maintenant on cherche juste à creuser l'écart. C'est pour ça qu'on cherche juste à creuser l'écart. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle me dit qu'elle veut plus avec moi mais c'est mort. Elle me parle de sentiments mais j'ai plus d'amour. Elle marcelle au bigot mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir. Elle marcelle au bigot mais moi je suis sur mode avion le soir. Elle croit que c'est la seule mais y a toutes ses copines qui veulent me voir.
Ah, je sens toute l'énergie du printemps.
Ce serait pas plutôt celle du bonus printemps d'EDF? 1 an d'électricité à remporter. À méditer, non?
Jusqu'au 24 mai, avec le bonus printemps d'EDF, tentez de gagner 1 an d'électricité pour tout nouveau contrat en offre de marché. Infos et conditions sur edf.fr/bonus-printemps. L'énergie est notre avenir, économisons-la.
Cette putain sale chien, un squal mignon comme un dauphin. Je combat la soif et la faim. Hey, plus vieil ennemi que je dois vaincre. Hey, hey, yo chiche. Hey, it's my boss négro. Hey, la vie de la dictature. Hey. Quoi neuf le Big Daddy dans le monde qui me supporte. Je ne peux qu'avancer quand vous me donnez du love. J'aime venir à votre rencontre, je refuse jamais une talk. Donc ce soir je vous offre le projet Big Daddy Job. J'arrive à l'entraînement avant le coach. Je ne pense qu'à jouer les playoffs, me faire sucer la putain d'èche. L'offre pour que chaque jour soit le week-end. No day off, je bosse comme un boss et je joue cette putain de dope. Et je fais le tour du globe. Je me vends, bois de la pop. Dans la château, il y a hop. Enfant, je rêvais d'avoir une Game Boy. Mon gosse aura un cross. Moi sur ma verge du loss. C'est pour cette vie que je bosse. Hey, je joue cette putain de dope. Et le diable fait des skis dans ma tête en lambeau. Je fume la skunk avec shit en bendo. Le niveau vient du bloc. On l'appelle Big Daddy Jock. Je défesse quand je bouge mes locks. Hey, je fume cette petite autant d'ennemis qu'un gang member de Compton. Je l'ai vécu, tu l'as vu chez toi derrière des popcorn. Sur le terrain, je mène le jeu comme John Stockton. Toujours frais comme si j'étais né à Stockholm. Paris Sud, cité chevalerais négro. ROC Gang, Junior Mafia. Quoi de neuf maman, c'est que je le fais pour la famille. Je vais faire danser tout Paname comme Booba et Fali. J'ai un entrepreneur boss pour ne pas connaître la faillite. Je viens faire et refaire ce que ces négros ont failli. Les flows sont fluides, la technique est infaillible. Faut que ça paye, les petits grandissent et les mamans vieillissent. Je suis dans le bloc et ça ne sent pas la vanille. Parce que je fume cette putain de dope. Et je fais le tour du globe. Je me vends, bois de la pop. Dans la château, il y a hop. Enfant, je rêvais d'avoir une Game Boy. Mon gosse aura un cross. Moi sur ma verge du loss. C'est pour cette vie que je bosse. Hey, je fume cette putain de dope. Et le diable fait des skis dans ma tête en lambeau. Je fume la skunk avec shit en bendo. Le niveau vient du bloc. On l'appelle Big Daddy Jock. Je défesse quand je bouge mes locks. Hey, je fume cette putain de dope. J'ai appris, je recommence et je fais de mon mieux. J'essaie. Je me connais, je reconnais mes erreurs. C'est vrai. J'ai appris, je recommence et je fais de mon mieux. J'essaie. Je me connais. Non, je veux plus me confier après tant d'années. J'ai vu le temps passer, genre une paire de temps face aux gens qui ne comprennent pas que le silence vaut de l'or. Et ça se répète, j'ai tant de questions sans réponse qui m'attendent après la mort. Mais faut que je respecte mon destin et l'histoire, je suis le maître de mon sort. Yeah, mon cœur et ma tête discutent, c'est trop. Je voudrais en parler mais j'ai pas les mots. Je ressors mon corps en dehors de l'eau. Mon cœur et ma tête discutent, c'est trop. Je voudrais en parler mais j'ai pas les mots. Je ressors mon corps en dehors de l'eau. Personne peut me dire que je suis dans le faux. Mon cœur et ma tête discutent, c'est. Je me connais. J'ai appris, je recommence et je fais de mon mieux. J'essaie. Je me connais, je reconnais mes erreurs. C'est vrai. J'ai appris, je recommence et je fais de mon mieux. J'essaie. Je me connais. Tu penses que t'es le même, mais au fond c'est faux. Essaye de faire la diff entre les actes, les mots. Des blèmes qui te cassent le dos. Mais t'inquiète pas, on fera tous la fin du saut. Le ciel pousse regard en haut. Sache qu'au fond on est tous des libards. On n'oublie pas ce que tu vaux. Essaye de faire la diff entre les actes, les mots. Yeah, mon cœur et ma tête discutent, c'est trop. Je voudrais en parler mais j'ai pas les mots. Je ressors mon corps en dehors de l'eau. Mon cœur
je fais plus de dates. Ça parle de moi comme si je comme les autres, à vrai dire ça me fait plaisir quand tu hates. Compte pas sur moi pour arroser ta graine avec liquide que j'ai dans la poche. Si t'as pas compris la métaphore, m'appelle pas frère si tu fais pas partie de mes facile, je vais pas dire que je suis meilleur que toi, mais vas-y viens faire un tour sur mon territoire. On sait tous que la santé est importante, c'est pour ça que je veux pas voir l'un de vous perdre du poids. Et là tout de suite je vois que des grimaces. J'ai le cœur serré, la force de 10 garces. J'attache ton corps sur un billard si tu veux connaître ma vie qui t'a l'air peinard. Je suis à mi-chemin entre bien et mal, le blanc et noir, bref, etc. Si tu te reconnais dans mon histoire, c'est que tu t'es déjà fait avoir par ton euphoria.
Je crois que face à elle, aucune autre n'est de taille. Et dans ses yeux, je vois bien qu'elle veut défier l'impossible. Elle sait y faire, elle sait très bien comment me captiver. Ah, sa beauté va finir par me tuer. Elle fait mal à la tête, elle est trop fraîche, elle me rend bête. Sur mon cas, elle enquête, elle veut savoir ce que j'ai en tête. J'aime trop son déhanché, j'arrête pas d'y penser,
C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet. C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet. Elle kiffe les loopings. Et quand je la touquine, elle veut que je lui dise la vérité mais c'est mort. Après les préliminaires, elle m'a dans la peau un bon moment. Après les préliminaires, elle m'a dans la peau un bon moment. Elle fait mal à la tête chaque soir. Son parpé me rend bête, faut pas. J'ai connu trop de meufs comme toi. Elle est bonne donc elle joue de ça. Ce soir elle finit sous mes draps.
elle fait mal à la tête, elle est trop fraîche, elle me rend bête. Sur mon cas, elle enquête, elle veut savoir ce que j'ai en tête. J'aime trop son déhanché, j'arrête pas d'y penser,
C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet. C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet.
elle veut mon cœur, elle a pas peur du danger. Déconcentrée par ses formes, sa beauté est maléfique. Faut relâcher la pression bébé, là c'est moi qui pilote bébé. Oh, la go c'est un colis piégé. Elle veut m'attraper, elle veut que je l'emmène en lune de miel. Pour m'attirer dans ses fils et elle fait des bails qui me rendent dingue. Elle aime ma façon de faire, elle fait tout pour me plaire. Elle est fraîche, c'est une galère, non je te jure c'est une galère. Elle fait mal à la tête, elle est trop fraîche, elle me rend bête. Sur mon cas elle enquête, elle veut savoir ce que j'ai en tête. J'aime trop son déhanché, j'arrête pas d'y penser,
C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet. C'est vraiment un beau billet. La couleur c'est un beau billet.
Baby viens par ici, je m'occupe de ton dos. Je suis dans le chaudron, j'ai préparé la sauce. De 3-7 à 4 je maximise les doses. Son pétard fait craquer, je la tartine comme un toast. La petite est osée, elle a tapé la prose. La verte elle est dosée, je vois la vie en mauve. Cette bitch elle sait how to move it. Real shit, my niggas pas movie. Ah ouais, là d'accord, la banane. Elle fait la dame, mouf, va là-bas, chouf, v'là les chars, bouge, va la star, vic, l'avocat, signe, mon contrat, toujours en retard, bon, tout de pas, un bâtard, j'ai réservé tout le squat, pour mes aînés pour le squat, agissez de JND, jeune négro dynamique, pour un terreau et ta clique, gros, me demandez pas de fil. Elle a pas compris, elle fait la belle, elle a mis son casu dans le tracteur près, je la soulève direction l'hôtel, profite-en ma belle, car demain je fly. Elle a pas compris, elle fait la belle. Elle a mis son casu dans le tracteur près. Je la
demande pas. Si tu me vois, tu te mets au pas. Ou sinon, je t'en fais le cul. Je serai à l'heure que je suis pas au cul. Au dessert, je fume la recrue. T'es ma, zéro cul. Elles vont tourner comme la lune. Y'a plus d'amour que le cul. Que l'oseille dans la thune. Elle a pas compris, elle fait la belle. Elle a mis son cavu dans le tractopelle. Je la soulève direction l'hôtel. Profisant m'appelle, car demain je fly. Elle a pas compris, elle fait la belle. Elle a mis son cavu dans le tractopelle. Je la soulève direction l'hôtel. Profisant m'appelle, car demain je fly.
Hola Scooby-Doo, y'a les keufs partant. J'ai de la peur, phrase ou blister. Les indices sont partout, faut faire attention. Hola Scooby-Doo. Je crois que les zombies approchent. Fred, ouvre le four, c'est clean, j'ai fait le tour. Aucun signe de la paix assez autour. Sam, guette en haut de la tour. On sait jamais si ça passe. Mais c'est un talus, la foire et la rap. Pour manger les là que pour signe de vêtements se casse. Et que dans le bigot du coup je le casse. Autour la base, envoie la tresse, les poulets me pissent là. Comme si je chantais la piste grave. Autour la planque, t'as fait coupe les plaquettes de bœuf. Je lui dis que t'es belle ma biche, elle dit non non, je ne veux pas de ta queue. Là Scooby-Doo, y'a les keufs partant. J'ai de la peur, phrase ou blister. Les indices sont partout, faut faire attention. Hola Scooby-Doo. Hola Scooby-Doo, viens vite on repart en mission. Remets les camps et la visière, pas de répit, faut faire le million. Oh oh oh, hola Scooby-Doo, viens vite on repart en mission. Remets les camps et la visière, pas de répit, faut faire le million.
Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai pas fait pour le dehors, moi? La chatte à Cyril Hanouna et sa petite copine de l'Ormo. Génération assassin, midi minuit dans survêt Under Armour. Pour nous c'est 2 fois plus de taf donc c'est impossible de dormir. Le 9 mm déplace des armoires. Petit peu tu sais j'ai connu la CR1000. L'époque on laissait pas parler ce qu'on c'est moi. Génération vrais amis, génération ils touchent en pararmée. J'ai séché les larmes à ma mère. Des singles d'or et diamants je l'ai ramené. On fixe le ciel on dit amen. Appelle que le 8 la ramène. Aujourd'hui je vois comment le monde évolue. Je me dis que notre époque a révolu. Aujourd'hui la jet set aurait mis des pas sur compte bourse au banque ou compte révolute. On connaît nos vraies valeurs. Les Valkyries nous observent sur le champ de bataille. On n'oubliera jamais les champs de coton. Vous avez pris nos dos pour des lance-couteaux. Je me rappelle l'époque où on s'achetait de grec à 10 balles, on les mangeait à 6. Je me rappelle l'époque où ça criait fuck Marine Le Pen, on te d'être un raciste. Nostalgique de l'époque alors que financièrement je te mens pas, ça va mieux dans ma vie. Mais chacun se rapproche de la mort. Après gros c'est que mon avis. Je me rappelle de l'époque où on s'achetait de grec à 10 balles, on les mangeait à 6. Je me rappelle l'époque où ça criait fuck Marine Le Pen, on te d'être un raciste. Nostalgique de l'époque alors que financièrement je te mens pas, ça va mieux dans ma vie. Et même si on se rapproche de la mort, le gang à la vie à la mort. Tu peux m'appeler pas l'ancien comme si j'étais plus dans le coup, comme si j'étais trop dépassé. Je sais très bien de quoi je parle, le RN au pouvoir, on dirait qu'on va vite y passer. reposer en paix. Le gang à la vie à la mort. 2 en 4-0.
Les yeux vers les cieux, je m'en remets à Dieu. J'essaie de faire de mon mieux. Ah ouais, il veut me faire des histoires, il veut me poser le frère. D'une manière ou d'une autre, je reviendrai te faire, on va croiser le fer. Je sors de chez Louis Vuitton, la petite voix dans ma tête me dit c'est un peu cher. La deuxième lui dit on en a fait du chemin, moi j'en suis pas peu fier. J'ai pas toujours été honnête, mais je suis toujours franc du collier. Puis l'époque des petits écoliers, puis l'époque des petits écoliers, puis l'époque des petits écoliers. Je veux l'argent pétrolier des patrons des tauliers. Mais pour y arriver, beaucoup d'équations et de points à relier. Je suis une lazaza, c'est mon dada. Tes mains, mon pull, c'est un Prada. J'ai déjà qui feront nada. J'ai déjà qui feront nada. Je sais pas qui va me laisser tomber. Je sais pas non plus qui va m'arrêter. En ce moment, je suis un peu ailleurs. Ça inquiète celle qui m'a allaité. En ce moment, je suis un peu ailleurs. Maman veut savoir ce qui va pas. Beaucoup de questions et de débats. Mais bon, on a tous des hauts et des bas. L'avenir ne s'annonce pas radieux. Oh non, l'avenir ne s'annonce pas radieux. Ok, non. Les yeux vers les cieux, je m'en remets à Dieu. J'essaie de faire de mon mieux. Je suis un peu ailleurs. Ouais.
Les nuggets débarquent chez KFC. Du poulet ultra croustillant pané sur place à tremper dans 4 sauces aux saveurs uniques. Les nuggets KFC, nouveau et déjà culte. Et c'est en ce moment chez KFC.
Je suis sur le toit du monde, le ciel je glorifie. Une fois sur terre c'est que de l'euphorie. Mon froc jamais abaissé, ma voix du TH, c'est ma folie se rapproche de ODB. Tu n'entends que des non-dits, tu penses qu'on est que gentil, mes DM sont remplis de marry me. Fier de ma couleur malgré toutes les douleurs auxquelles la société nous associe. Dans mon équipe pas de cheap and tails. Très peu d'hommes qui se mettent à nu quand faut parler vrai pour éviter de sombrer. Mat tous les flots que je garde en stock. J'arrive en team comme la force d'un bloc. J'ai pas trop le temps quand vous radotez. J'ai la tête, je suis black, je suis pimp all day. Garde les pieds sur terre, faut pas que tu te perds. Garde les idées claires, quand ton cœur te serre. Garde les pieds sur terre, faut pas que tu te perds. Garde les idées claires, quand ton cœur te serre. Suis la cadence où je dose. Personne m'arrête quand je pose. Imbécile, je suis là, fini de faire le ghost. Fâché quand je parlais, tu causes. Gangster, mais toutes tes armes sont les fausses. Tu tapines ta carrière de hope. Je suis à peine le porte de mes goals. Ça prend du temps quand tu joues pas de rôle. Je suis sur le toit du monde, le ciel je glorifie. Une fois sur terre c'est que de l'euphorie. Mon froc jamais abaissé, ma voix du TH, c'est ma folie se rapproche de ODB. Tu n'entends que des non-dits, tu penses qu'on est que gentil, mes DM sont remplis de marry me. Fier de ma couleur malgré toutes les douleurs auxquelles la société nous associe. Garde les pieds sur terre, faut pas que tu te perds. Garde les idées claires, quand ton cœur te serre. se perd. Faut pas que tu te perds. Garde les idées claires quand ton cœur te serre. Je parle avec cœur quand ma tête est malade, donc souvent je simule en espérant être mal. Combien de fois j'ai rien dit face à des problèmes qui nécessitent plus d'amour que de femmes. L'euphorie c'est la raison de mon être, guidé par le désir, chuchoté par mon âme. Vendre l'amour c'est ce que je fais de mieux, mais pour rien au monde je veux de l'argent pour un gramme. Regarde ce que j'ai mais je donne tout pour un smile. C'est quand ils sont plus là que t'aimerais qu'ils reviennent. Malgré les coups je retiens que le bon, car au fond on est tous de passage sur la scène. J'avance et je prends jamais rien pour acquis. Mais la seule question que je me pose, c'est si mon premier sera garçon ou fille. Euphorie.
Baby, je vois que t'as du goût. Je prends le temps de faire le tour. Viens avec moi, j'apprends l'amour. Mets ma moula autour du cou. Entre toi et moi, y a pas de doute. What the fuck, je crois qu'elle maraboute. Ils parlent de nous, mais sont en bord de route. Laisse-les, viens, on prend la route. Oublie les fuck, on est mood man. Vaincra le foufou jusqu'à Douala. J'ai 2-3 cette façon de fou macala. Avant le sexe, je prends la pita cola. Baby, baby, je wanda sur toi. Tu seras ma awa, je serai ton Sankara. Je te lâcherai pas la main jusqu'à la gare. Y'a qu'avec toi que je serai pas un salopard. Ah, vas-y move, vas-y move, baby, vas-y move, vas-y move, papa, vas-y move, baby, vas-y move. J'suis comme un ouf, parle pas, vas-y move. Que je te yamo, baby, vas-y. Tu seras ma primo lady, vas-y move, baby, vas-y move. Que je te yamo, maybe. Elle a le cul plus tendu que le cœur du tambour. Elle dans ce balard, pas besoin de néonesse. J'suis son atteste, négro, arrête tes pléonasmes. Du cœur, j'suis les chéris, j'suis plein aux as. Sur la wak, ce soir, on graille de soya. J'te ferai des enfants façon Halpoula. J'suis dans la cage, solo à Poula. Mon gars, méfie-toi de ce genre de gros là. Lady, c'est ma lady. C'est ma baby. C'est ma lady.
les keufs. J'suis dans la tête, sur le R toujours à 9. Fais pas de def, non sinon tu tends ta saf. Comme Echi, faut que je me rapproche des étoiles. Moi, j'suis dans le modèle X, donc j'arrive en silence, ça va. Moi, Mdoula, ça va. Quartier Panthère, savane. Il raconte des salades, je le fais pour la fafa. Tout terrain, on s'adapte. La mentale à Saddam, là-bas des fadas. Faut que je sorte, même quand c'est fini, y'a pas de pause. Faut du bif à mort, il faut des lovés. Tu peux te faire allumer comme les DJ. J'connais la carrière. Envoie les logs, midi minuit ça passe. Bébé me demande Gucci, elle croit chez le salaire de Paul. Envoie les logs, midi minuit ça passe. Bébé me demande Gucci, elle croit chez le salaire de Paul. Mais j'ai pas le salaire à Pogba, dehors c'est noir. J'suis sur Paname, j'vois des gyrophares. J'suis sur Paname, dehors c'est noir. J'passe les rapports, j'vois plus les gyrophares. Juste un fer, il me faut juste un fer. Sur le rinté ça bosse, non je ne réponds pas. Craquito comme Kiki de Bonji, j'suis dans la salle du temps, je bosse. J'peux pas gâter, j'connais ma mission, c'est tout droit, j'arrive à temps. J'fais du sale, comme le jobber pour ma paye, Igo j'ai la dalle. Faut la blague, faut que je compte, il faut que je maille ça. Comme une fichette, des logos, des sapins par hasard. Chez nous on se mélange pas, non jamais je les sors. Même quand c'est fini, y'a pas de pause. Faut du bif à mort, il faut des lovés. Tu peux te faire allumer comme les DJ. J'connais la carrière. Envoie les logs, midi minuit ça passe. Bébé me demande Gucci, elle croit j'ai le salaire de Paul. Envoie les logs, midi minuit ça passe. Bébé me demande Gucci, elle croit j'ai le salaire de Paul. Mais j'ai pas le salaire à Pogba, dehors c'est noir. J'suis sur Paname, j'vois des gyrophares. J'suis sur Paname, dehors c'est noir. J'passe les rapports, j'vois plus les gyrophares.
Pété en rivière du Mar, qui va me ramener chez moi. J'ai plus où sont mes clés, je vais la boucler parce que je suis saoulé. Maya, Maya l'abeille, elle vient avec ses copines chercher le miel.
Attention, il y a la guerre. À la 1, à la 2, à la 3, on ne bouge plus.
Bouge pas sinon moi je te pique 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 pique. Moi je te pique pique. Bouge pas sinon moi je te pique 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 pique. Je te pique pique.
Hélico presto tac-tac, tac-tac, tac-tac. Hélico presto tac-tac, tac-tac, tac-tac. J'suis pour
touché par le vœu. Nain, si tu bouges, c'est sûr tu reviens demain.
De la bord, quand on fait l'effort, on connaît ce que le bouc fort comme il est à bord.
Hot girl c'est là, où ça connaît mon c'est là, mais ça touche à où ça pas de moto c'est là.
Il fait pas guili, moi mi pique sanda.
Chape les mailles ou les piques trop tard.
Maya, Maya l'abeille, elle vient avec ses copines chercher le miel.
Attention, il y a la guerre. À la 1, à la 2, à la 3, on ne bouge plus.
Bouge pas sinon moi je te pique 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 pique. Moi je te pique pique. Bouge pas sinon moi je te pique 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 pique. Je te pique pique.
Hélico presto tac-tac, tac-tac, tac-tac. Hélico presto tac-tac, tac-tac, tac-tac. J'suis pour
J'ai même pas par où commencer. Je me suis endormi défoncé. J'ai rêvé que je te regardais danser. Tu prends de la place dans mes pensées. Dis-moi de quoi t'as besoin. Ça me fait pas peur de dépenser. On se connaît depuis un moment. Mais la complication. Tout dans la simplicité. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, la fraîcheur d'un petit cocktail, la douceur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail. Avec toi le temps passe vite, on a passé la nuit au hôtel. Avec toi le temps passe vite, je serai comme un petit cocktail. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, la fraîcheur d'un petit cocktail, la douceur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail. T'as tous les ingrédients, t'es fraîche comme un petit cocktail. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail. Toi et moi main dans la main, ça fait jacter les jaloux. Ton petit sourire en coin, je suis un peu gêné, j'avoue. Avant je voyais en flou, je prenais la vie comme un jeu. Avant je parlais en jeu, là je commence à parler en nous. J'apprécie nos sorties, shopping, cinéma, resto et voyage. Pussy love, j'apprécie la noyade. Toi et moi on se connaît depuis, avec toi j'adore passer mes nuits. Fini les fuis, moi je te suis, moi je te fuis. Ma chérie, suis-moi je te suis. On partage un verre, on partage un terre, on s'envoie en apesanteur. Bébé quand tu twerk, tes battements de couer, accentue mes battements de cœur. Je te rejoins en un claquement de doigts, le temps passe en un battement de cils. Un coup de fil et je te rejoins sous les draps. T'es le plus dangereux des missiles. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, la fraîcheur d'un petit cocktail, la douceur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail. Avec toi le temps passe vite, on a passé la nuit au hôtel. Avec toi le temps passe vite, je serai comme un petit cocktail. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, la fraîcheur d'un petit cocktail, la douceur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail. T'as tous les ingrédients, t'es fraîche comme un petit cocktail. T'as la saveur d'un petit cocktail, sucré comme un petit cocktail.
C'est qu'une question de vibe et fuck la hype. Arrêtez de proposer vos beats car c'est pas trop mon type. Je tire une taf et je fly comme un hélicoptère. Là où je suis personne pourra venir me capter. Tu captes? Je veux pas me prendre la tête, je te raconte ce qui s'y passe dedans. Si je passe te prendre bébé, sois libre comme Cardi B. En gros je veux rien sous le cardigan. Je rigole, mais je vois venir les féministes car le sexe est comme le ski, elles sont attirées par les pistes noires. Bref, un peu de sérieux, je t'écoute. Je me pose des questions qui pour moi sont mystérieuses. Dis-moi, quelles sont les limites quand t'es black? Je sais pas. Quels sont les pouvoirs quand t'es white? Faut que tu médites, une réflexion qui mérite. Quoi ça? Ton attention comme quand tu sors ta petite. Quelles sont les limites quand t'es black? Je sais pas. Quels sont les pouvoirs quand t'es white? Aucune blessure m'arrête, je suis Derrick Rose. MVP en fin de saison, j'accepte le diagnose du père. Dès que je pose tu perds, ton corps a l'air du père. Dis-moi que tu vois plus clair une fois que je dépose ma paire blanche au sol. Faut respecter ce qu'on te donne, ils veulent effacer leur passé comme si le futur était une gomme. Oh là là, je suis ralenti comme koala. Je me sens tellement jamaïcain que je finis cette phrase par Bambacla.
Non, t'as ça mon cher.
Simer mon gars.
La phase là, avec la piste noire, internet ça va vite, hein. Fais attention à toi mon cher, mais t'es chaud, t'es chaud.
Vas-y Simer, c'est Simer de m'avoir déposé hein.
Pas de soucis frère.
Vas-y on s'attrape.
Vas-y, on se capte plus tard.
Me pardonne, repète, nouveau budget, je me la pète. J'ai sorti le fer, hein, j'ai sorti la bête. La vie du sérieux, elle aime trop la fête. On reste contre nous, on n'aime pas les fakes. On reste contre nous, mais y'a plein les schnecks. Personne contre nous, la table d'en face est sec. Me pardonne, gros pète, nouveau budget, je me la pète. Lunettes noires, serviette sur ma tête. Lunettes noires, serviette sur ma tête. Je reste très loin de ces flocos, faut mal à la tête. Ils sont battus sur ma tête, je mon pète pendant que poteau fait sa tête. J'envoie sa poteau, donc elle me fait la tête. C'est une donneuse de coups, elle va te faire un guette. Y'a pas photo, elle t'a piqué comme une guêpe. Y'a pas photo, elle est rentrée dans ta tête. Ils veulent me porter l'œil que je fasse un pète. Gros flemmard, j'utilise jamais les palettes. Nouveau ice, rien que ça brille, je me la pète. Mets-toi sur tech, emballe ta gourmette en miettes. Je les voyais pas beaucoup que sur internet. Me pardonne, repète, nouveau budget, je me la pète. J'ai sorti le fer, hein, j'ai sorti la bête. La vie du sérieux, elle aime trop la fête. On reste contre nous, on n'aime pas les fakes. On reste contre nous, mais y'a plein les schnecks. Personne contre nous, la table d'en face est sec. Je me pardonne, gros pète, nouveau budget, je me la pète. Lunettes noires, ça va être sur ma tête. Je vois que moi je fais une brise, je les vois, je les épote.
puis si elle veut que je lui mette le dos ou que je lui mette la bague. Elle aime trop la bague, mais elle veut sécure les bagues. Elle t'a dit qu'elle voulait du sérieux, d'un diamant sur la bague. Elle bosse la net comme la bague. AMG le pack, j'allume un jus de l'espace. J'ai les yeux rouges sous mes glaces, les yeux rouges sous mes glaces. Je lance des dans le club donc s'il te plaît, je veux pas que tu me les casses. Nouveau bijou j'ai la classe. Le bavage je me les guesse, gros moteur je mets les gaz. Le bavage, repète, nouveau bijou je me la pète. J'ai sorti le fer, j'ai sorti la bête. Elle fait du sérieux, elle aime trop la fête. On reste contre nous, on n'aime pas les fakes. On reste contre nous, mais y'a v'là les schnecks. Personne contre nous, la table d'en face est sec. Je me barre d'un gros pète, nouveau bijou je me la pète. Lunettes noires, ça va être sur ma tête. J'ai sorti le fer.
Mucho plata, puis je me barrais, je veux pas m'arrêter. C'est ta Fimbi qui Marcel, elle veut planer l'été. Elle est toute pétée, toujours concentrée. On n'a rien à fêter, en fait la maille, on parle après. Mucho plata, puis je me barrais, je veux pas m'arrêter. C'est ta Fimbi qui Marcel, elle veut planer l'été. Elle est toute pétée, toujours concentrée. On n'a rien à fêter, en fait la maille, on parle après. Eso, Angola, nous Congolais, y'a des bâtards qui parlent de nous en face et nous lèchent. Je me lève tôt pour aller chercher ma quiche dans la petite est passée, je me demande c'est qui ça. Quoi, les gars, c'est comment? Ouvrez tout l'hiver et planer tout l'été. Pour la bonita, c'est Texena d'exil. Molo, j'écoute tes stories, je vois que des rigolos. Elle t'a tourné le cerveau, t'es parti la voir et t'as donné en go. C'est pour tous mes gars, restez concentrés. Qu'avant carré, on s'attrape. Je suis dans les parages, Kevin Trapp. Appelle le bigot, contre-attaque. Mucho plata, puis je me barrais, je veux pas m'arrêter. C'est ta Fimbi qui Marcel, elle veut planer l'été. Elle est toute pétée, toujours concentrée. On n'a rien à fêter, en fait la maille, on parle après. Mucho plata, puis je me barrais, je veux pas m'arrêter. C'est ta Fimbi qui Marcel, elle veut planer l'été. Elle est toute pétée, toujours concentrée. On n'a rien à fêter, en fait la maille, on parle après.
Mom, what's my destiny?
La rue, je connais les vifs, c'est que je suis pas un novice. Amiri Mouch, t'es pas allé. Amiri Mouch, t'es pas allé vif. Y'en a des gras, tu connais la devise. Fais tous les tons, appelle-moi à des fixes. J'ai mon avocat, pas de commis d'office. J'inquiétais même pas comme Guy, mon fils. J'inquiétais même pas comme Guy, mon fils. Ton rappeur préféré, je le vois comme un fils. Fais pas la guerre avec nous, c'est perdu d'eau. Fais pas la guerre avec nous, c'est perdu d'office. La manette est une galère. La manette est une galère. Je vais tout barber ma vie, pas ton gala. C'est dommage bête, j'investis une cala. Je suis là pour marquer l'histoire. Je suis là pour marquer la story. En même pas 2 ans des lois, j'ai instauré. Parce que le ménage d'un coup que j'ai souri. Oh my baby, I'm sorry. Réelle vie, c'est pas un movie, une série. Même pas à 10%, on les fait serrer. Je dois marquer l'histoire. Oh my baby, I'm sorry. Où y'a aucun espoir, on les fait serrer. Je dois marquer l'histoire.
Comment j'ai fait, ils se demandent. Ils se demandent. Comment j'ai fait, ils se demandent. Ils veulent pas prendre les mêmes risques que moi. Mais comment j'ai fait, ils se demandent. Ils veulent me faire, ils se demandent. Télécommandés, ils sont télécommandés. Des postes à pas de viande batte. C'est des caps, c'est des caps. T'es pas qu'à faire des gadgets. Tu m'épates. Non, je réel. Des postes à pas de viande batte. Je vais te mettre à quatre pattes. Je vais te mettre à quatre pattes. Ils se demandent comment j'ai fait. Ils se demandent. Ils se demandent comment j'ai fait. Ils se demandent. Ils veulent pas prendre les mêmes risques que moi. Mais comment j'ai fait. Ils se demandent. Ils veulent me faire. Ils se demandent. Télécommandés, ils sont télécommandés. Qui a fait que j'aille faire du son? J'ai trop flairé, regarde où je suis maintenant. Tout ce que je fais, ça fonctionne. Et l'échec, c'est une condition de la réussite. Hein. On est là comme on est. Si vous êtes les meilleurs, soyez les meilleurs. Peu importe ce que vous faites, croyez en vous. Bélier. Des postes à battre, viens de battre. Je vais te mettre à quatre pattes. Je vais te mettre à quatre pattes.
Rien que pour les miens. Rien c'est tout, rien. Pour toi, y'a rien. Zabi, Walou, Zabi, Tolambo, mon frère. Zabi, Walou, Zabi, va là-bas, mon frère. Et mort, ce que l'on devient. C'est mort, ne joue pas l'ancien. V'là le faisceau, v'là la vision. V'là la faire ton pas en mission. Cache le game comme un donjon. Petit suis-moi, fais le plongeon. Vest qu'il est tonton, zonzon. Un mental cap sur le blason. Je leur mets des têtes comme le 7-6. Sont que des fakes, que des factices. Papa au porno au switch. En chaîne, je ne shoot que des switch. Je suis à la BBL. On sait, je peux être mon hydromel. Des bébés, dans la gova que des immortels. Pas rationnel dans la folie. Du sommet des tours de notre empire. On connaît l'appareil des vampires. On rendra l'appareil mais l'empire. Roule un canon à balai. J'enlève la poudre et le rimel. Elle m'envoie son poulet par email. Elle demande le foufou les yamel. Tu veux que ça penche, je te donne ça. Elle secoue comme si c'est ma cosa. Elle secoue te pleine de melosa. On coupe pas la part pour les lobsas. Chaque en bout pour les grosses sommes. On part pas avec pour le gros somme. Les barres dans stud comme à Houston. On compte plus les deux qui nous chantonnent. Y'a toujours des putes sur le deux tons. C'est moi qui les baisse dans le fourgon. Et la nogigesse quand ça déconne. Maîtrisez le petit peu qui tâtonne. Hey. Rien que pour les miens. Rien c'est tout, rien. Pour toi, y'a rien. Zabi, Walou, Zabi, Tolambo, mon frère. Zabi, Walou, Zabi, va là-bas, mon frère.
Comme tu rames, je fais lever San Siro à Milano. On fait bouger Babi, SOS t'es Milano. Je suis dans ci, je suis dans ça, je suis dans tout ce qui rapporte à m'en trouver le temps de lui passer l'anneau. Ok. Comme tu rames, je fais lever San Siro à Milano. On fait bouger Babi, SOS t'es Milano. Je suis dans ci, je suis dans ça, je suis dans tout ce qui rapporte à m'en trouver le temps de lui passer l'anneau. On revoit le prix, je fit à la hausse. Demande à Dieu, ça stream à la gauche. Dans tous les plafonds, mais je dois trouver un autre. C'est de la frappe, tu peux venir pour streamer ta dose. Vroom vroom et le moteur est allemand.
on a vu, on a allumé pour des tales, j'en ai vu partir en couille. La coque est blanche comme le maillot du Real. Si tu fasses, ça va tirer tes oreilles. Scooter, écouteur, oublie pas le haraï. Frappe, Lucas, Bale, Garrett, dominance full, Kevin, Garnett. L'odeur du bédo sur mes vêtements, pourtant j'ai pas bédaf. Y'a des textes de fou dans mon pénaf. Fais pas le mec engagé, toi t'as un vendu Obama Barack. En guise de berceuse, y'avait les sirènes. Ils sont venus péter, Walida 6 heures. La vie de Rosta, la vie de patron, la vie de Kylian. Il a sorti un féfé, il voulait prouver un peu coup de feu. Il a pas fait long feu dans la street, c'est gore. J'peux même pas te raconter la suite. J'voyais John faire passer les hops par-dessus la corde. Bientôt 20 ans, j'me demande si j'vais fêter les 30. À chaque son, la concu, on est 30. Tout est noir, tout est pyramidal, polyvalent comme Tonton Eric. Ça passe ou ça casse, cette année on brasse. Nous c'est la LDC, eux c'est la NAS. J'suis dans la prévention, zéro menace. Puis plutôt Tupac, Biggie ou Nas. Jamais j'ai bu, moi j'suis toujours à jeun. Faut rester lucide pour parler argent. Les galères de jeunesse ont laissé des traces. La vie de Tupac, Biggie ou Nas. L'odeur de bédo, sans mes vêtements pourtant j'ai pas bédaf. Y'a des textes de fou dans mon pénaf. Fais pas le mec engagé, toi t'as un vendu Obama Barack. En guise de berceuse, y'avait les sirènes. Ils sont venus péter, Walid à 6 heures. La vie de Rosta, la vie de patron, la vie de killer. Il a sorti un féfé, il voulait prouver un peu coup de feu. Il a pas fait long feu dans la street, c'est gore. J'peux même pas te raconter la suite. J'voyais John faire passer les hops. Il a sorti un féfé, il voulait prouver un peu coup de feu. Il a pas fait long feu dans la street, c'est gore. J'peux même pas te raconter la suite. J'voyais John faire passer les hops par-dessus la corde.
Mauvais comportement, on pull up sonner sans débordement. C'était chelou, ça part ton nom. Troisième doigt levé ouvertement. La haine à l'intérieur de moi, je des fois sur mon comportement. Elle veut directement, elle me dit s'il te plaît vers l'intérieur de moi. Elle me dit s'il te plaît vers l'intérieur, j'ai vu son extérieur quand je la fais crier par la fenêtre. Vertus que les temps, je te donne pas l'heure, tu vois à l'intérieur, ça tu fais aussi à la snap. Après le plafond, change de continent. Ça payait la buse dans mon bâtiment. Je l'ai donné un kiff quand elle monte sur moi. Elle whip Indo, elle a des sentiments. Mauvais comportement, le bruit de la trauma c'est un appartement. Tous ces problèmes me mettent hors de moi, donc dans la brosse ça sent la beuh fortement. Je veux pas te faire confiance car je suis mort. RD20, le spray de garde du Nord. J'y croyais éperdument, tout droit sans arrêt, pas de parchemin. Mauvais comportement, au pull-up sonné sans débordement. C'était chelou, ça part ton nom. Troisième doigt levé ouvertement. La haine à l'intérieur de moi, je des fois sur mon comportement. Elle veut directement, elle me dit s'il te plaît vers l'intérieur de moi. Moi je suis comportement, 9K département, ça fait de l'acharnement, je dois des dalles. Je rentre toujours tard chez moi, dehors c'est archi noir, je fais que de tartiner, bientôt j'étais calme. Tout droit sans parchemin, me tiens un carreau bien élevé, je suis pas sur moi. Un qui se fout lâchement juste pour les feux. On les dépasse largement, ils sont au sol. On les dépasse, ils sont à terre. Hop si la vie sur ma hop si la vie sur ma paire. Faut les mecs jup, ils sont à paire. Ils grattent des questions, ils veulent un terre. Faut les mecs jup, mais ils ont pas un. De quoi les choses, non j'peux pas un. Mauvais comportement, au pull-up sonné sans débordement. C'était chelou, ça part ton nom. Troisième doigt levé ouvertement. La haine à l'intérieur de moi, je des fois sur mon comportement. Elle veut directement, elle me dit s'il te plaît vers l'intérieur de moi.
Je vais les choquer, ils m'ont mis au défi. Ça les choque, nous on délire. Dans Paris Centre, on commet des délits. Chez nous, y'a des scammers, mais aussi des dealers. Je vais les choquer, ils m'ont mis au défi. Ça les choque, nous on délire. Dans Paris Centre, on commet des délits. Chez nous, y'a des scammers. des champs. Le bilan il est méchant. Encore une fois j'ai bousillé les gens. Tout est réel, chez nous y a pas de légende. Tu deviens trop con à force d'écouter les gens. C'est des dés sur la bécane. Et c'est moi qui a croisé dans la mégane. Au VPS on n'aime pas les bananes. Le vici je les rodave à cause de sa banane. Il me faut une ébonie. Moi et ma gonce on est comme Clyde et Bonnie. Quand j'étais petit je m'ambiançais son gros bonnet. Bah petit bah baby dédicace à Michi. Pourquoi il est parti? Il a dit qu'il voulait se battre à la sortie. On prie que le Seigneur, on n'aime pas la sorcellerie. J'ai encore une adresse à Neuilly-sur-Seine. Je crois que je vais m'arrêter là, l'instru je l'ai fait saigner. Elle s'agrippe comme une chaîne mais je vais pas la marier. Toi tu peux pas nous manier. Tous les jours dehors comme un petit malien. Je vais les choquer, ils m'ont mis au défi. Ça les choque, nous on délire. Dans Paris Centre on commet des délits. Chez nous y'a des scammers mais aussi des dealers. Je vais les choquer, ils m'ont mis au défi. Ça les choque, nous on délire. Dans Paris Centre on commet des délits. Chez nous y'a des scammers mais aussi des dealers.
Ah, je sens toute l'énergie du printemps.
Ce serait pas plutôt celle du bonus printemps d'EDF? Un an d'électricité à remporter. À méditer, non?
Jusqu'au 24 mai,